once you step into haunted forest, ordinary stories become extraordinary. Here, we collect real encounters with the supernatural and bring them to life for you to experience. Listen carefully, because the next story might remind you of something you have felt but never explained. You know, sometimes I think about the things that happen in this world, the quiet, insidious horrors that do not make the evening news. The kind of stuff that just lingers. And then I remember the wind, and a shiver runs down my spine, so cold it feels like it is coming from inside my bones. It has been years now, but I still hear it sometimes, especially on a blustery night. A faint, almost melodic whistle that catches in the air. And I know, deep down, that it is still out there, singing its song waiting. It all started with a road trip, like so many stories do. My friends, Sarah and Mark, and I had been planning it for months. We were going to hit some of the lesser-known national parks, the ones off the beaten path, where the crowds were thin and the wilderness felt truly wild. Our final destination was what we called the Echoing Gorge, a place Mark had stumbled upon in some obscure travel blog. It was supposedly a geological marvel, a deep canyon carved out by ancient rivers, famous for its incredible acoustics and the constant, almost musical wind that swept through it. The blog post had even called it Nature Symphony. Sounded pretty cool, right? A bit quirky, a lot adventurous. We packed up Mark's beat-up old SUV, loaded with camping gear, snacks, and enough enthusiasm to power a small city. The first few days were fantastic. We hiked, we laughed, we saw some truly breathtaking sights. But as we got closer to the gorge, the landscape started to change. The lush forests gave way to scrubland, then to vast, arid plains dotted with strange, red rock formations. The sky seemed bigger out there, the silence deeper, broken only by the hum of tires and the occasional gust of wind. We arrived at the trailhead for the Echoing Gorge, late in the afternoon. The sun was already dipping towards the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The air was crisp, and even before we got out of the car, we could hear the wind. It was not a roar or a howl, not like a storm. It was a constant, high-pitched whistle, weaving in and out, rising and falling. It sounded intricate, like a dozen flutes playing different parts of the same, unwritten song. Whoa, Mark breathed, stepping out of the car and craning his neck towards the canyon entrance. They were not kidding. It really does sound like music. Sarah, always the more practical one, zipped up her jacket. It is definitely windy. Let us get the tent set up before it gets dark, and we freeze our asses off. We found a relatively sheltered spot near the trailhead, just outside the canyon's mouth. As we worked, the wind continued its strange melody. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. You could feel it tugging at your clothes, swirling around you, carrying the scent of dry earth and distant pine. It was loud enough that we had to raise our voices to talk, but it was not unpleasant. In fact, it was kind of beautiful in a haunting way. Imagine what it sounds like inside the canyon. I mused, hammering in a tent stake. It must be incredible. Yeah, well, we will find out tomorrow, Sarah said, pulling her beanie lower over her ears. For now, I am just looking forward to a hot meal and some sleep. That night, sleeping in the tent, the wind was our constant companion. It seeped through the fabric, a ghostly lullaby. I remember drifting off, listening to its strange, ethereal song, feeling a mix of wonder and a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease. It was just so persistent, so complex. It did not sound like random gusts, it sounded composed. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, we packed our day bags and set off into the gorge. The entrance was narrow, flanked by towering red cliffs that seemed to lean in over us. As soon as we stepped inside, the sound intensified. It was not louder in a deafening way, but it was richer, fuller. The whistles echoed off the canyon walls, creating layers of sound, like an orchestra tuning up. It was genuinely breathtaking. "This is amazing," Mark shouted, his voice swallowed by the wind almost immediately. He spread his arms wide, taking it all in. Sarah smiled, a genuine look of awe on her face. I have never heard anything like it. We spent the next few hours hiking deeper into the canyon. The path was well-worn but rugged, winding between colossal rock formations. The wind was a constant, tangible presence. It pushed against us, whispered past our ears, and created incredible optical illusions with the dust it kicked up. And all the while, it sang. After a while, the initial wonder started to morph into something else. The song of the wind, while still beautiful, began to feel repetitive. Or rather, not repetitive, but insistent. It was always there, always doing its thing, and after a couple hours, it started to grate on my nerves a little. It was like being stuck in a room with a constantly playing, slightly off-key instrument. Anyone else feeling a bit windy-brained? I asked, rubbing my temples. The constant pressure of the sound was starting to give me a dull headache. Sarah nodded. It is a lot. My ears are ringing. Mark, however, seemed to be thriving. I think it is incredible. It is like the canyon itself is alive, breathing and singing. We stopped for lunch in a small, relatively sheltered alcove. Even there, the wind's song found us, muted but still present. As we ate our sandwiches, the conversation drifted to the strange acoustics. Do you guys think it is just the shape of the canyon? Sarah asked, chewing slowly. Like a giant natural wind instrument. Must be. I replied. I mean, what else could it be? Still, Mark said, his eyes scanning the towering walls. It sounds so deliberate. Like there is an actual melody in there sometimes. Like someone's playing a flute, but it is everywhere at once. We all listened for a moment. He was right. There were distinct patterns, rising and falling scales, even what sounded like sustained notes. It was more than just random whistling. It was structured. Maybe it is a very advanced form of echo. Sarah offered, but even she sounded unconvinced. As the afternoon wore on, the wind song seemed to grow bolder. It was not just whistling anymore, there were deeper tones, almost like a low hum beneath the higher notes. And sometimes, just sometimes, it felt like it was doing something more than just singing. We were making our way back, the sun already starting its descent once more, when it happened. We were walking in single file. Mark in front, then Sarah, then me. The canyon walls were particularly narrow here, creating a strong wind tunnel effect. The sound was intense, swirling around us, pressing in. Suddenly, Sarah stopped dead in her tracks. Did you guys hear that? She asked, her voice barely audible over the wind. Mark turned around, a quizzical look on his face. Hear what? It sounded like my name, she whispered, her eyes wide. Just for a second. Like someone called Sarah. I exchanged a glance with Mark. Probably just the wind playing tricks. Sarah. It is really loud here. She shook her head, a worried frown on her face. No, it was clear. I swear it was my name. We tried to dismiss it, but the seed of unease had been planted. We continued walking, a little faster now, a little quieter. The wind, it seemed, was still singing its song, but now it felt different. The beautiful melody had taken on a subtle, almost menacing edge. A few minutes later, Mark suddenly stopped too, a look of pure bewilderment on his face. He actually cupped a hand to his ear. Did you guys just... What? I asked, my heart beginning to pound. I heard Mark, he said, his voice a little higher than usual. Clear as day. Right in my ear. He spun around, looking up at the canyon walls, then back down the path. Who is there? He called out, but only the wind answered, its song seemingly mocking him. Now, my blood ran cold. Two of us had heard our names. This was not a coincidence. This was not just the wind. Okay, this is not funny, Sarah said, her voice tight with fear. Is someone messing with us? Is there another group of hikers ahead? We looked around. The canyon was empty. There was no one, just us and the wind. We started walking again, faster this time, a frantic energy now propelling us forward. My eyes darted from side to side, scanning every shadow, every crevice in the rock. The wind's song seemed to swell, to grow louder, more insistent. And then, I heard it. Liam. It was faint at first, a soft, drawn-out whisper that seemed to caress my ear, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was my name, my own name, spoken by the wind. I froze. A wave of ice-cold dread washed over me, paralyzing me for a moment. This was not a prank. This was not a trick of the acoustics. This was something else entirely. Did you hear it? I choked out, turning to Sarah and Mark, my voice barely a croak. They both stared at me, their faces pale, their eyes wide with terror. They knew. They had heard it too. Not my name, but the sound of it, the chilling implication. We need to get out of here, Sarah said, her voice trembling. Now, we broke into a run, stumbling over the uneven path, our heavy backpacks jostling us. The wind, which had felt like a playful companion just hours before, now felt like a predatory entity. It pressed against us, pushing, pulling, seeming to swirl around our legs, trying to trip us. Its song intensified, becoming a cacophony of whistles and hums, interwoven with what sounded like 1,000 voices, all whispering, all calling. Liam, Sarah, Mark. The names came from all directions, sometimes overlapping, sometimes distinct. They were not just whispers anymore, they were sung, almost chanted, by the wind itself. It was a terrifying chorus, each note a chilling invitation. It felt like the canyon walls were closing in, like the very air was alive and malevolent. Keep going. Mark yelled, his breath ragged. Do not stop. But the wind was relentless. It was not just calling our names, it felt like it was trying to get inside our heads. Disorientation set in. The world around me started to spin. The familiar rock formations seemed to twist and contort, their shadows dancing menacingly. I felt a strange pull, a sense of wanting to stop, to just listen, to let the wind embrace me. Do not listen to it, Sarah screamed, grabbing my arm, her nails digging into my skin. Her voice cut through the haze that was starting to form in my mind. It wants us to stop. Her words were a lifeline. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. The wind song was incredibly seductive, promising peace, promising answers. But I knew instinctively that it was a lie. There was something dark, something hungry behind that beautiful melody. We ran blindly, our lungs burning, our legs aching. The sun was fading fast, and the canyon was plunging into deep twilight. The shadows stretched long and ghoulish, and the wind song seemed to grow even more desperate, more insistent. Liam. Come, Liam. Sarah, stay Sarah. Mark, sleep Mark. It was trying to lure us, to lull us into submission. I could feel its icy breath on my neck, hear its whispers right next to my ear. It felt like a physical entity, not just air currents. It felt like it had a will, a purpose. And that purpose was us. At one point, Mark stumbled, falling hard onto the rocky ground. I can't go on, he gasped, clutching his knee. The wind, it is so tired. Sarah and I immediately grabbed him, hauling him back to his feet. No, Mark, you have to. Sarah pleaded, her voice cracking. It is trying to trick you. Get up. He groaned, but the terror in our eyes seemed to snap him back to reality. He pushed through the pain, limping forward, leaning on us. The wind was swirling around us furiously now, a vortex of sound and unseen force. It felt like it was trying to rip us apart, to snatch us one by one. And then a new set of voices joined the chorus. They were not calling our names. They were calling other names. Names we did not recognize. Faint mournful whispers that seemed to stretch out from the depths of the canyon, carried on the wind. Eleanor, Thomas, Emily, Michael. It was a litany of the lost. A chilling realization washed over me we were not the first. This wind, this singing, was not just a natural phenomenon. It was a collector. It lured people in with its beautiful song, called their names, and then what? Did it consume them? Did it simply make them vanish, adding their names to its endless, mournful chorus? The thought propelled us with a renewed, desperate strength. We were running not just from a strange wind, but from a malevolent entity that had claimed others before us. We were running for our lives, our very souls. We finally saw at the faint glimmer of our parked SUV at the trailhead, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. It seemed impossibly far, but we pushed on, every muscle screaming in protest, every nerve electrified with primal fear. The wind was screaming too, its song now a frantic, enraged shriek, as if it knew it was losing its prey. It whipped dust and pebbles into our faces, clawed at our clothes, and tried to snatch our hats from our heads. It felt like a physical struggle against an invisible opponent. Almost there. I gasped, my voice hoarse. We burst out of the canyon's mouth, tumbling onto the relatively flat ground of the trailhead. The wind was still fierce, but its intensity immediately lessened. The layered, intricate song that had filled the canyon was replaced by a more familiar, albeit still strong, gusting wind. The distinct voices, the calling of names, faded into the background, replaced by the natural roar of air. We scrambled into Mark's SUV, fumbling with the keys, our hands shaking uncontrollably. Mark jammed the key into the ignition, his knuckles white. The engine sputtered to life, a glorious, reassuring sound. He threw it into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and we sped away from the trailhead, away from the canyon, away from the singing wind. We did not say a word for the first hour of driving. The silence in the car, broken only by the hum of the engine and our ragged breathing, was a welcome balm after the auditory assault we had endured. The sun had completely set, and the desert stretched out around us, dark and vast. After a while, Sarah started to cry, silent tears streaming down her dusty cheeks. Mark gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white. I just stared out the window, the image of the canyon and the phantom whispers of my name burned into my mind. What was that? Mark finally whispered, his voice hoarse. I shook my head, unable to form words. Sarah wiped her eyes. It was calling us. It wanted us to stay. The other names. I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Eleanor. Thomas, it was calling other names. Like it had collected them. A profound, bone-deep terror settled over us. We had stumbled upon something ancient, something malevolent, something that defied all logic and reason. It was not just a natural phenomenon, it was a hungry entity, a siren song of the wilderness. We drove through the night, not stopping until we reached a small, brightly lit gas station town hundreds of miles away. We filled up the tank, bought ridiculously overpriced coffee, and just sat there trying to process what had happened. We talked, trying to rationalize it, trying to find a scientific explanation. Altitude sickness, mass hallucination, a rare acoustic phenomenon that tricked our brains. But deep down, we knew it was none of those things. It was real, it was sentient, and it was terrifying. We never went back to the echoing gorge. We never even spoke its name again for a long time. The memory was too raw, too unsettling. We eventually found our way back to our regular lives, but something had changed in us. The wilderness, which we had once loved and sought out, now held a new, sinister edge. We avoided remote places, preferring the comforting, if sometimes stifling, anonymity of the city. For months, I was hyper-aware of the wind. Every gust, every whistle, every rustle of leaves would send a jolt of anxiety through me. I would find myself straining to hear it, half expecting to hear my name or one of the other names carried on the breeze. Even now, years later, a particularly strong wind on a quiet night can trigger a cold sweat. I will hear a faint, almost melodic whistle, and for a split second, I am back in that canyon, running for my life, the chilling chorus of a lost swirling around me. I know the rational part of my brain says it was just a strange experience, a trick of the mind. But the primal, terrified part of me knows better. It knows that the wind in the echoing gorge was not just wind. It was a song, an invitation, a promise of eternal slumber. And it is still out there, singing its beautiful, deadly melody, waiting for the next curious travelers to stumble into its embrace. It is waiting, always waiting, for someone to answer its call. And I pray, every single day, that no one I know ever does. You know, I have always been the type of person who finds solace in the quiet hum of nature. Not the kind of person who seeks out adrenaline or thrives on constant stimulation. My idea of a perfect weekend involves a good book, a sturdy tent, and enough miles between me and the nearest Wi-Fi signal to make my phone a glorified paperweight. That is why I picked the Pine Ridge Wilderness area for my annual solo camping trip this past fall. It was remote, notoriously challenging to navigate, and promised the kind of profound solitude I craved after another grueling year in the cubicle farm. The drive alone was enough to set the mood. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a barely maintained dirt track that snaked deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlocking overhead like the ribs of some ancient, forgotten beast. By the time I reached the designated parking area, a small, overgrown patch of gravel where only one other beat-up pickup truck was visible, the air was already colder, thicker, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I packed my gear, checked my map one last time, and set off. The trail was narrow, winding, and completely silent save for the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves and the distant caw of a crow. It was beautiful, truly. The sun, already dipping towards the horizon, cast long, distorted shadows that danced ahead of me, making the woods feel both inviting and just a little bit watchful. My plan was to hike in about 5 miles, find a good spot off the main trail near a small stream marked on my map, and set up camp. I made good time, the crisp air invigorating me, pushing away the lingering stress of the city. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, I spotted the stream, a thin ribbon of silver winding through the undergrowth. Perfect. I found a relatively flat clearing, sheltered by a cluster of ancient pines, and quickly got to work. Tent pitched, sleeping bag unrolled, food secured in a bear bag high up a sturdy branch. The last thing on my list was a fire. A good campfire is more than just a source of warmth or a way to cook. It is a companion, a flickering heart in the vast, indifferent wilderness. I gathered fallen branches, twigs, and some dried leaves, arranging them carefully in the small fire pit I would dug. With a flick of my lighter, the kindling caught, sputtering at first, then growing into a cheerful, crackling blaze. The flames danced, casting long, shifting shadows that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. I sat on my collapsible stool, a mug of instant coffee warming my hands, and just watched the fire, letting the primal comfort of it wash over me. The stars were beginning to prick through the deepening blue of the sky, impossibly bright out here, far from any light pollution. That is when I saw him. It was not a sudden, startling appearance. More like he had always been there, just beyond the edge of my perception, slowly solidifying into existence. He was standing maybe 20 feet away, just inside the circumference of the firelight. He was not in the shadows, he was bathed in the warm, orange glow of the flames, yet he looked wrong. He was a man, I assumed. Tall, slender, dressed in what looked like dark, heavy clothes, a thick coat, maybe, or a long, dark tunic of some kind. His head was bare, but his hair, what I could see of it, was dark and stringy. His face was turned towards me, but I could not make out any features. The firelight, instead of illuminating him, seemed to flatten his face, making it a featureless expanse, a void in the orange glow. His eyes were just dark holes, not reflecting the light at all. He was completely still. Not a twitch, not a shift of weight. Like a statue carved from the very darkness he emerged from, only now coated in a thin veneer of firelight. He was not looking at me, not exactly. More like he was looking through me, or past me, at something far away, or perhaps at nothing at all. My first reaction was confusion, then a flicker of annoyance. Another camper, I thought. Lost, maybe, or just incredibly rude, standing there silently instead of announcing himself. But there had not been any sound. No rustling leaves, no snapping twigs, nothing to indicate someone had walked up to my camp. The woods had been utterly silent just moments before. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the sudden quiet. The crackle of the fire seemed to intensify, as if trying to fill the void left by my question. No response. The figure did not move, did not even blink, as far as I could tell. A shiver traced its way down my spine, unrelated to the evening chill. This was not right. Normal people do not just materialize in the middle of nowhere and stand perfectly still, staring blankly into a campfire. "Are you okay?" I tried again, my voice a little louder, a little less certain. "Do you need help?" Still nothing. The man remained utterly motionless, a silent, dark sentinel framed by the dancing light. The firelight played tricks on my eyes, making his outline shimmer, almost as if he was part of the heat haze rising from the flames. But he was not. He was solid. Or, at least, he appeared to be. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A sleepwalker? Unlikely. Someone playing a prank? Even less likely, considering the remoteness of the location. A lost hiker? If he was lost, would not he respond? Would not he ask for directions, or food, or water? The silence stretched, becoming oppressive. The cheerful crackle of the fire now seemed almost frantic, a desperate attempt to drown out the unspoken dread that was beginning to coil in my gut. I felt a prickle, of fear, cold and sharp. This was not a normal human interaction. This was not normal, period. I slowly reached for my headlamp, which was hanging from a hook on my stool. My hand trembled slightly as I fumbled with the strap, my eyes never leaving the figure. I clicked it on, hoping the sudden beam of light would break whatever spell this was. The powerful lead beam cut through the darkness, hitting the man full in the face. But it did not illuminate him. It was like the light was absorbed, swallowed by the void of his features. His face remained a dark, indistinct blur, his eyes still twin pits of nothingness. The light seemed to curve around him, refusing to touch him, leaving him in his strange, firelit shroud. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was beyond strange. This was unsettling. Deeply, profoundly unsettling. "Look, if you are lost, I can help you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to project an air of confidence I did not feel. "But you need to say something. You need to move." He did not. He just stood there, a silent, unmoving sentinel, his presence radiating an unnatural stillness that felt colder than the night air. It was like time had frozen around him, leaving him perpetually suspended in that single, unsettling moment. A new thought, a truly terrifying one, began to form in my mind. What if he was not lost? What if he was not a camper? What if he was not human? My blood ran cold. I remembered the old stories, the urban legends, the campfire tales about things that lurk in the deep woods, things that look like people but are not. I would always dismiss them as nonsense, the product of overactive imaginations. But now, standing here, facing this inexplicable figure, those stories did not seem so far-fetched. I needed to do something. I could not just sit there, staring at him, waiting for whatever this was to make its move. But what? Run. Towards what? Deeper into the unknown woods. stay. And risk what? My eyes darted around, looking for anything, any weapon. My axe was leaning against a tree stump near my tent. My multi-tool was in my pocket. Not much in the way of defense. I slowly, cautiously stood up. My legs felt stiff, heavy. Every muscle in my body was screaming at me to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there, exposed. But some primal instinct, some morbid curiosity, or perhaps just sheer terror, compelled me to stay. I had to know. I had to understand. I am going to come closer. I announced, my voice barely a whisper, though it felt like a shout in the profound silence. I just want to see if you are all right. I grabbed a thick, heavy branch that I would intended to burn later, gripping it like a club. It felt flimsy, useless, but it was something. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. Each step I took was deliberate, slow, my eyes locked on the figure. The firelight flickered, making him appear to waver, to stretch, to shrink, but he remained rooted to his spot. As I drew nearer, the details still refused to coalesce. His dark clothing seemed to absorb the light, making him appear as a deeper shade of darkness against the backdrop of the night. His posture was unnervingly straight, almost rigid. I could feel the cold radiating from him, a distinct chill that cut through the warmth of the fire. It was not the natural cold of the night. It was an unnatural, penetrating cold, like the air around him was being sucked dry of all heat. I was maybe 10 feet away now, close enough to see the texture of his clothes, the rough weave of the fabric, if it was fabric. It looked like ancient wool or some kind of coarse, dark hide. Still no discernible features on his face. Just that blank, featureless expanse, like a mask of shadow. And then, as if on cue, as if he had willed it, the fire went out. Not slowly, not gradually dying down to embers. It was instantaneous. One moment, a roaring, crackling blaze, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. The next, absolute, profound darkness. The flames simply vanished, as if a giant hand had clapped down on them, snuffing out every last spark. The heat was gone, replaced by that same unnatural cold that emanated from the figure. The suddenness of it was a physical blow. My breath hitched in my throat. I stumbled backward, my headlamp beam now a useless, struggling circle in the overwhelming blackness. The world had gone from vibrant, flickering orange to an oppressive, suffocating void in the blink of an eye. But the figure remained. In the sudden, absolute darkness, he was still there. Not a silhouette, not a shadow. He was a deeper shade and an absence of light that somehow stood out against the already profound darkness of the moonless forest. He was still standing, perfectly still, exactly where he had been moments before. My headlamp, which had been so powerful just moments ago, now seemed weak, its beam struggling to pierce the oppressive gloom that had settled over my camp. I tried to focus it on him, but it was useless. It was like trying to shine a flashlight into a black hole. He just absorbed it. My heart was no longer just pounding. It was a frantic, desperate bird trapped in my chest, trying to beat its way out. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the branch. Every hair on my body stood on end. My skin crawled. Who are you? I whispered, the words barely audible, lost in the sudden, terrifying silence. No answer. But I felt something. A shift. Not a sound, not a movement I could see, but a profound presence that intensified, pressing down on me. The air grew colder still, so cold it burned my lungs when I tried to breathe. Then, slowly, deliberately, the figure began to move. It was not a walk, not in the human sense. It was more of a glide. He did not lift his feet. He simply flowed across the ground, his dark form unwavering. He moved towards me not fast, but with an inexorable, terrifying certainty. My mind screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, encased in lead, My throat was tight, choked by fear. I could only stand there, paralyzed, watching this unnatural thing advance. He was close now, too close. I could feel the cold radiating from him like a physical force. I could smell something faint, something earthy and ancient, like damp soil and old, decaying leaves, mixed with something else, something metallic and sharp, like old blood. His head tilted, just barely, as if he was finally acknowledging my presence. And then, for the first time, I saw his eyes. They were not dark holes anymore. In the absolute blackness that surrounded him, two pinpricks of light, a sickly, pale green, flickered into existence. They were not reflecting light, they were emitting it, a faint, malevolent glow that seemed to bore directly into my soul. They were ancient, those eyes, filled with a cold, hungry intelligence that made my stomach churn. And then a sound. Not a voice, not a whisper. It was a dry, rustling noise, like dead leaves skittering across frozen ground, or bones rubbing together. It seemed to come from inside him, from his chest, and it was the most horrifying sound I had ever heard. It was a laugh. A dry, rasping, ancient sound that was full of mockery, and something else, something that tasted like hunger. That was it. The spell broke. My body finally obeyed. I dropped the branch, let out a strangled cry that was more air than sound, and turned to run. I did not know where I was going. I just ran blindly, stumbling through the absolute darkness of the woods. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, illuminating brief, terrifying pieces of gnarled tree trunks, twisted roots, and the thick, suffocating undergrowth. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my feet, and something else, something behind me. The dry, rustling sound. It was not getting louder, but it was not getting further away either. It was just there, a constant, chilling presence at my back. I knew he was following me. I could feel his cold, his presence, even without seeing him. He was not running. He was still gliding, effortlessly, relentlessly, keeping pace with my panicked, desperate flight. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. Roots tripped me, sending me sprawling to the ground more than once. I scrambled back up, my hands raw, my knees aching, the fear of burning inferno in my chest. I could not look back. I did not dare. The woods felt different now, hostile. The trees seemed to close in, their skeletal branches reaching out like grasping claws. The darkness was no longer just the absence of light. It was a living, breathing entity pressing in on me from all sides. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and that metallic, blood-like smell. I kept running, pushing my burning lungs, my screaming muscles, further than I thought possible. I had no sense of direction, no idea where the trail was, or even where my camp had been. I was just running from it. Suddenly, I burst into a small, relatively clear patch of ground. A small rock formation, jagged and dark, rose up in the middle. I ducked behind it, gasping for breath, my body racked with tremors. I pressed myself against the cold stone, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to disappear. The rustling sound stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that screams. The kind of silence that means something is waiting and listening. I held my breath, straining my ears, every nerve ending tingling. My headlamp was still on, casting a small, shaky pool of light around me, but I dared not move, dared not reveal myself further. Then I heard it, a whisper. It was not a human whisper. It was a dry, brittle sound, like dry leaves being crushed or dry bones clattering together. And it was my name, Anuix. It was drawn out, distorted, coming from all directions at once, yet also right beside my ear. It was ancient cold, filled with a predatory knowing. I clamped my hands over my mouth, stifling a sob, trying not to breathe. My eyes darted around, searching the impenetrable darkness beyond my headlamp's feeble beam. I knew he was out there. He was close. Another whisper, closer this time. You lit the way. A chill, colder than anything I had ever felt, seeped into my bones. It was not just physical, it was a cold that touched my very soul, a cold of absolute despair and hopelessness. My fire, my cheerful, comforting fire, it had not been a beacon of warmth for me. It had been a beacon for it. I had invited it in. I had drawn it to me. A shadow detached itself from the deeper shadows just beyond the rock formation. It was him. He was not gliding anymore. He was just there, standing, his sickly green eyes fixed on me, glowing faintly in the oppressive dark. He was even closer than before. I could see the outline of his gaunt frame, the way his dark clothes seemed to hang from him, as if he were nothing more than bones beneath. His head was tilted again, that same unnatural angle, as if observing a fascinating specimen. He raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. It was long, slender, almost skeletal, with fingers that seemed too long, tipped with nails that were dark and sharp. As he raised it, the faintest hint of moonlight, or starlight, glinted off something on his wrist. It looked like a thin, dark band, woven from something organic. He extended his hand towards me, palm open. It was not a gesture of comfort. It was an invitation. An invitation to what? To join him. To be taken. My mind screamed. I could not do it. I could not let him touch me. Whatever he was, whatever his intention, I knew it was something utterly, irrevocably evil. My gaze flickered to my left, through a gap in the trees. I thought I saw a faint, almost imperceptible glow. It was so dim I almost dismissed it as my imagination, or a trick of the light. But it was there. A faint, distant, reddish hue. The road. It had to be the road. Or, at least, the general direction of the road. It was a desperate, suicidal gamble. But staying here, waiting for this thing to reach me, felt like a slow, agonizing death. With a primal scream that tore from my throat, I launched myself from behind a rock, not toward the figure, but towards that faint glow. I did not care about the pain, the branches, the roots. I just ran. The creature did not move quickly to stop me. It did not need to. I heard that dry, rustling laugh again, closer now, echoing in the darkness. It was as if it knew I could not escape, as if it was simply enjoying the chase. I ran harder than I have ever run in my life. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but the image of those glowing green eyes, that skeletal hand, that mocking laugh, propelled me forward. I could feel the cold breath on the back of my neck, the oppressive weight of his presence just behind me. The glow grew a little stronger, a little more defined. It was definitely the road, or at least the clearing where I had parked my truck. I burst out of the tree line, stumbling onto the dirt track, gasping for air. My truck was there, a dark, reassuring shape in the gloom. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Behind me, I heard a final, chilling whisper, drawn out and full of ancient malice, "See you again." I did not look back. I ripped open the door, practically threw myself inside, slammed it shut and locked it. My hands fumbled for the ignition, twisting the key. The engine turned over, sputtering for a terrifying moment, then caught, roaring to life. I jammed the truck into reverse, spinning the wheel, then threw it into drive and floored the accelerator. Gravel spit up behind me as I tore down the dirt track, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. I just drove faster and faster until the trees blurred into an indistinct wall of green and black. I did not stop until I reached the highway, the first sign of civilization. Even then, I did not feel safe. I drove for hours through the rest of the night, not stopping until the sun was high in the sky and I was hundreds of miles away from the Pine Ridge Wilderness area. It has been weeks since that night. I have not been able to sleep properly. Every shadow seems to hold a deeper darkness. Every rustle of leaves outside my window sounds like that dry, mocking laugh. I see his eyes in the dark, Those sickly green pinpricks of light, burning into my memory. I sold all my camping gear. I can't even look at a campfire anymore without a wave of nausea and cold dread washing over me. The thought of being alone in the woods, even in broad daylight, sends me into a full-blown panic attack. I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know what it said. See you again. I do not know what it was. I do not know why it was there, but I know that I lit a fire, and that fire drew it to me. And I know that it is still out there, lurking in the deep, dark places of the world. And sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the darkness presses in, I can almost feel that unnatural cold, hear that dry, rustling whisper, and I wonder if it is waiting for me to light another fire, waiting for me to be alone again, because I know it is not done with me. It just let me go, for now. And the thought of it finding me again, of those green eyes burning into mine, of that ancient hungry presence, is a horror I will carry with me for the rest of my life. It is a horror that tells me, in the quietest, most terrifying whispers, that I am never truly alone anymore. Not really. The city had started to feel like a cage. After the breakup with Sarah, and then getting laid off from a job I honestly hated, but desperately needed, I found myself staring at the same four walls of my apartment, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. I needed an escape, a reset, something primal, something that would remind me I was still alive, still capable of moving forward. So, like a cliche in a bad indie movie, I bought some new hiking gear, packed a bag, and headed for the mountains. I chose Blackwood National Forest. It was not the most famous or the most challenging, but it was vast, relatively uncrowded, and promised a real sense of isolation. I would see pictures online, towering pines, ancient oaks, a dense undergrowth that swallowed the sunlight even at midday. Plus, it was far enough from everything that I knew I would not run into anyone I knew, or even anyone at all, really. That was the point. I wanted to be alone. It was early October, and the air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The maples and oaks were just starting to turn, painting the hillsides in fiery reds and brilliant golds. For the first 2 days, everything was perfect. I followed a well-marked trail, setting up my tent by a babbling brook, cooking simple meals over a small stove, and just breathing. The silence was incredible, broken only by the wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional call of a bird. My mind, usually a chaotic mess, began to quiet. I felt a sense of peace I had not experienced in years. On the third day, I decided to venture off the main trail. I would see a faint, unmarked path on my topographical map that snaked its way up to a ridge promising an incredible panoramic view. It was a deviation, a challenge, and I was feeling confident. The trail quickly became less defined, just a narrow track through the undergrowth, barely visible beneath a layer of fallen leaves. The trees grew closer, their branches interlocking overhead, turning the bright autumn day into a perpetual twilight. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the forest seemed to recede, replaced by a strange, almost heavy silence. It was around noon when I found the first pair of shoes. They were high-quality hiking boots, the kind serious outdoors enthusiasts wore, sturdy, waterproof, with thick, grippy soles. They were placed neatly at the base of a massive, moss-covered oak, almost as if someone had just stepped out of them and left them there. No socks, no other gear, no backpack. Just the boots sitting upright, side by side. My first thought was confusion. Who would leave expensive boots like that in the middle of nowhere? Maybe someone went for a swim in a hidden spring. But the air was too cold for that, even with the exertion of hiking. And there was no body of water nearby, at least none I could see. I called out, "Hello, anyone here?" My voice sounded thin and reedy in the sudden quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the distance answered me. I walked around the tree, peered into the dense bushes, but found nothing. No footprints leading away, no signs of a struggle. Just the boots. It was odd, undeniably, but I chalked it up to some bizarre prank, or maybe a lost hiker who had to shed their heavy boots for some reason and never came back for them. I made a mental note to report it to the park rangers if I ever got signal, then continued on my way. The incident a minor, curious blip in my otherwise serene hike. But the feeling of peace had begun to fray around the edges. A subtle unease had settled in, like a persistent fly buzzing just out of reach. A few hundred yards further, I found the second pair. These were bright pink running shoes, the kind with neon accents and a sleek, modern design. Like the hiking boots, they were placed neatly, this time beside a fallen log. Again, no socks, no other gear, just the shoes. And again, no sign of their owner. This was Stranger, who runs this deep into the woods, off trail, in expensive running shoes, and then just leaves them behind. My earlier rationalizations started to crumble. A prank. 2 pairs, so far from any main trail, perfectly placed. It felt less like a prank and more like a statement. I stopped, my heart beginning a slow, heavy thrum against my ribs. I looked around, my gaze sweeping through the dense trees, trying to penetrate the shadows. The forest felt different now. The quiet was not just peaceful anymore, it felt expectant, like it was holding its breath. The rustling leaves seemed more deliberate, less like the wind, and more like something moving just beyond my sight. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, a feeling I had not experienced since I was a kid, lying in bed convinced there was a monster under it. Only now, I was deep in the wilderness, and the monster, whatever it was, felt very, very real. I tried my phone. Still no signal. I felt a surge of panic. I was alone, miles from anything, and something was definitely off. I decided to turn back, but as I spun around, my eyes caught something else. Just a few yards from the pink running shoes, partially hidden by a clump of ferns, was another pair. Child sneakers. Small, worn, with cartoon characters faded on the sides. My breath hitched. This was not a joke. This was not a lost hiker. This was something else. Something sinister. The child sneakers were the tipping point. A cold, heavy weight settled in my stomach. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. I started actively looking now, my eyes darting from tree to tree, from bush to bush. And I found more. A pair of old, mud-caked work boots, laces untied, resting against a patch of moss. A pair of elegant but scuffed black dress shoes, almost swallowed by a drift of brown leaves. Bright blue sandals, still bearing the faint imprint of toes, at the edge of a small, stagnant puddle. High tops, low tops, sneakers, formal shoes, hiking boots, running shoes. They were all there, scattered along what I now realized was an incredibly faint, almost invisible path that led deeper and deeper into the forest. Each pair neatly placed, as if their owners had simply stepped out of them. The sheer number and variety were horrifying. They belonged to men, women, children, people from all walks of life. Each pair a silent testament to a person who had simply vanished. I remembered the news reports then. Vague snippets I would heard over the years, usually dismissed as local legends or isolated incidents. Hikers gone missing in Blackwood. Hunters who never returned. A few years ago, a family on a camping trip, their tent found empty, their car still in the parking lot. The police always concluded lost in the vast wilderness or accidental fall or animal attack, even without a body. But no one ever found a trace. Just nothing. Now, I was staring at the traces. The chilling, undeniable traces. My blood ran cold. I was not just looking at abandoned shoes, I was looking at the last remnants of people who had disappeared. The forest was not just vast, it was hungry. My first, most primal instinct was to run, to turn and bolt back the way I came, to escape this growing nightmare. But which way was back? I had been following this macabre breadcrumb trail for what felt like miles. My morbid curiosity, or perhaps some deeper, unconscious compulsion overriding my common sense. The forest had become a labyrinth, the trees all looking identical. The faint path I would been on now completely indiscernible from any other patch of ground. I felt watched. The feeling was so intense it was almost physical, like an invisible gaze boring into the back of my neck. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call seemed to be a deliberate sound, a signal. The silence, when it fell, was heavier, more oppressive than before. My phone was still dead. I was completely alone. The air grew colder, despite the sun still being high in the sky, filtering through the dense canopy in weak, dappled patterns. The trees themselves seemed to press in, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The shadows deepened, becoming pools of impenetrable black. Then, I saw it. A pair of hiking boots, identical to my own, right down to the specific brand and the slightly scuffed toe. They even had the same bright orange laces I would put in just before this trip. They were neatly placed beside a jagged rock, just like all the others. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp caught in my throat. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs, so hard I thought it might burst. It was a mirror image of my own boots, a terrifying premonition. It was like seeing my own tombstone. Panic, raw and unreasoning, seized me. This was not just a place where people disappeared. This was a place where they were taken. And whatever was taking them was now showing me my own fate. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My legs felt like lead, my muscles locked in terror. But the sight of my boots, my exact boots, spurred a desperate, frantic surge of adrenaline. I had to get out. I had to run. I turned blindly, not caring about the faint path, not caring about direction, just away. Away from the boots, away from the silence, away from the cold, crushing dread. I pushed through thick bushes, branches tearing at my jacket and scratching my face. I stumbled over roots and rocks, falling once, scraping my knee, but I did not stop. I could not. The whispers started then. Faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, but they grew, coalescing into indistinct voices, a chorus of soft, sibilant sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. They were not speaking words I could understand, but the tone was clear, lulling, inviting, promising an end to all my worries, a profound and eternal peace. It was like a siren song, a mental pull that tried to slow me, to make me stop, to make me listen. My mind screamed at me to resist, but a part of me, the part that was still raw from the breakup and the job loss, felt a strange, almost comforting allure in those whispers. Just rest. Mark. Just stop. It will all be over. I fought it, fought the insidious pull with every fiber of my being. I pictured Sarah's face, my parents, anything to ground me, to remind me of the world I belonged to. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The cold followed me, a palpable presence breathing down my neck. I could almost feel a pressure, like invisible hands trying to guide me, to turn me back. I heard faint, echoing footsteps behind me, or perhaps it was just my own frantic heartbeats resounding in my ears. The rustling leaves seemed to be keeping pace with me, a mocking echo of my own desperate flight. I ran until my vision blurred, until my lungs felt like they were on fire, until I thought I would collapse. And then, through a gap in the trees, I saw it, a sliver of bright, unfiltered sunlight. A main trail, wide and clearly marked, with familiar blazes on the trees. Salvation. I burst out of the dense undergrowth, stumbling onto the main path, gasping for air. The sun felt like a warm embrace, a beacon of reality. The air felt normal again, no longer heavy with dread. The whispers instantly faded, replaced by the familiar sounds of the forest chirping birds, the distant rush of a stream. I did not stop. I ran down the main trail, not even caring which direction. until I saw the familiar asphalt of the forest road. My car, a beat-up sedan, was still there, a symbol of my connection to the sane world. I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely insert it into the lock. I threw my pack into the passenger seat, jumped inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it with a frantic click. I started the engine, the roar of the motor a comforting, grounding sound, and sped away, not looking back. The forest receded in my rear-view mirror, its dark silhouette looming against the setting sun, a silent, malevolent presence. I did not stop driving until I was well out of Blackwood National Forest, until I saw the first signs of civilization, a gas station, a diner, the familiar glow of streetlights. My heart was still pounding, my body covered in scratches and bruises, my clothes torn, but I was alive. I was out. I tried to tell someone. The park rangers in the nearest town. They listened politely, two burly men with kind, tired eyes. They took notes, asked me to describe the location of the shoes. They promised to send a patrol to investigate, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. Another city slicker who got lost and spooked himself in the woods. They would heard it all before. They never found anything, of course. I knew they would not. Whatever was there, it did not leave traces for the easily found. I sold all my hiking gear as soon as I got back home. The tent, the backpack, the boots. Especially the boots. I could not bear to look at them, could not bear the thought of them being my boots, the ones I almost left behind. I could not bring myself to throw them away, though. Instead, I donated them to a charity, hoping someone else could get some use out of them, and hoping I would not be condemning anyone to the same fate. I never went back to Blackwood National Forest. I never went hiking again, not really. The city still felt like a cage, but it was a familiar, safe cage. The quiet of nature, once so comforting, now filled me with an unbearable dread. Sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, especially late at night, I still hear them. Faint, almost imperceptible whispers, just at the edge of hearing, like dry leaves rustling in a phantom wind. They call my name, softly, invitingly. And sometimes, when I am walking down a street or through a park, my eyes will catch on a pair of abandoned shoes, a child's forgotten sneakers on a bench, a pair of old work boots left by a construction site, even a neat pair of running shoes by a jogging path. And for a split second, my blood runs cold. I know what they are. I know what they mean. And I know that whatever is in Blackwood National Forest, whatever collects those shoes, is not confined to the woods. It is out there, and it remembers me. It remembers the one who almost joined its collection. And I know with a chilling certainty that it is just waiting for me to blink. The forest had grown teeth. That is how it felt, anyway. Not literal teeth, of course, but the way the branches clawed at the perpetually dim sky, the roots snaked across the ground like grasping fingers, and the air itself seemed to bite with a damp, ancient chill. The green hue I would notice the day before had deepened, become oppressive, like we were walking under a permanent, rotting canopy. The silence, too, was a living thing pressing down on us, stifling the chirps of birds, the rustle of leaves, the very sound of our own breathing. Liam, who had been so certain of his game trail, now walked with a noticeable slump to his shoulders. His earlier confidence had bled away, replaced by a tight-lipped frown and frequent glances at the sky, or what little of it we could see. Maya, ever the pragmatist, kept pulling out her map, her brow furrowed deeper with each futile attempt to orient herself. The lines on her map, drawn with such precision, bore no resemblance to the tangled, suffocating reality we were moving through. "This is not right," she murmured for what must have been the 10th time, her voice barely a whisper in the heavy air. "There is no trail marked here, no indication of anything like this." She gestured vaguely at the wall of gnarled trees, their bark a mosaic of moss and fungus. Liam stopped, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "It is just dense forest." "Maya." We must have veered off a bit. Happens. We keep heading south. We will hit something familiar eventually. But his voice lacked conviction, and his eyes, when they met mine, held a flicker of something I recognized all too well: fear. Not the raw, screaming terror I carried like a second skin, but a quiet, insidious dread that was starting to seep into him. I said nothing. My throat felt permanently constricted, my tongue thick and useless. Every nerve ending in my body was on high alert, screaming at me, but I could not articulate why. It was not just the fear of the shapeless fog, though that was a constant, icy tendril around my heart. It was this place itself. It felt wrong, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. The sun, if it was even still up there, had long since given up trying to penetrate the canopy. A deep, bruised twilight had settled, making every shadow stretch and twist into monstrous shapes. My eyes, already strained from lack of sleep and constant vigilance, played tricks on me. I saw movement in the periphery, fleeting shapes that vanished when I turned my head. The whispers, the phantom voices of my friends, were back, soft and insidious, just at the edge of hearing. Why did you leave us? It took us. You ran. I pressed my hands against my ears, trying to block them out, but they were inside my head, echoing in the hollow spaces where my sanity used to reside. Liam noticed my distress. You okay? He asked, his voice softer than before, a hint of concern overriding his own growing anxiety. I just nodded, unable to trust my voice. I was a wreck. My clothes were torn and stained, my hair matted with sweat and dirt, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I probably looked like a wild animal, and I felt like one, too cornered and desperate. We should make camp soon, Maya said, her voice tight. It will be completely dark in an hour or so, and I do not like the feel of this place in the dark. Liam agreed, though his gaze kept darting around, scanning the dense undergrowth. We found a small, relatively flat patch of ground beneath a massive, ancient-looking tree whose roots formed a natural alcove. It was not ideal, but nothing felt ideal anymore. Setting up camp was a quiet, tense affair. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt through me. I kept expecting the fog, a silent, hungry predator, to emerge from the deepening shadows. I could almost feel its cold breath on my neck. Liam and Maya tried to start a fire, but the wood was impossibly damp, and the air was too heavy, too still, to allow for a good draft. After several frustrated attempts, Liam gave up, kicking a stubborn log. Forget it, he muttered. We will just huddle in our sleeping bags. We ate cold rations, the taste of the granola bar like ash in my mouth. The lack of a fire made the darkness feel absolute, pressing in on us from all sides. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, but sleep was a distant, unattainable luxury. My mind raced, replaying the horrors of the lake, the screams, the shapeless, consuming mist. I heard my friends again, their voices clearer now, pleading, accusing. I whimpered, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around my head, trying to drown them out. Hours crawled by. I lay there, rigid with terror, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the ancient forest. Or was it the lack of sound? The silence was profound, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then a change. I felt it before I saw it. A subtle shift in the oppressive darkness. A faint, reddish glow began to filter through the thick canopy above. At first, I thought it was a trick of my exhausted eyes, another hallucination. But then I heard a small gasp from Maya. I unzipped my sleeping bag and peered out. Liam was already sitting up, his face etched with a mixture of awe and unease. Above us, through a narrow, winding gap in the dense boughs, hung the moon. But it was not the pale, silvery orb I remembered. This moon was a deep, unsettling crimson, like a bruised eye staring down at us. Its light, though dim, cast everything in a blood-red wash. The trees, the moss, the ground all took on an otherworldly, menacing hue. What is that? Maya whispered, her voice trembling. Liam shook his head slowly, his eyes wide. I have never seen anything like it. A blood moon, maybe. But it is too red, too intense. As we watched, mesmerized and terrified, the red light seemed to deepen, pulse almost. And with its intensification, something else happened. Where before there had been only an impenetrable wall of gnarled trees and thorny undergrowth, a path began to coalesce. It was not a wide, well-trodden trail, but a narrow, winding line, barely visible, yet unmistakably there. It seemed to glow faintly with the same reddish light as the moon, a subtle luminescence against the dark forest floor. It was not made of dirt or stone, but something else, something smooth and almost iridescent, like obsidian polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the crimson moon in its depths. My breath hitched. My primal fear of the unknown, already stretched to its breaking point, flared anew. This was not natural. Nothing about this forest, about this night, was natural. Did you see that? Maya breathed, her voice barely audible. It just appeared. Liam was on his feet, drawn towards it like a moth to a flame. A path, he murmured, his voice laced with a strange, almost hypnotic fascination. It goes somewhere. Liam, no. Maya hissed, grabbing his arm. Do not go near it. It was not there a minute ago. This is not right. But Liam seemed to be in a trance, his eyes fixed on the glowing, crimson-tinged path. But it is a way out. Maya, this forest is a maze. This looks like a clear path. He took a step towards it, then another. My mind screamed at him to stop. Every instinct shrieked danger, a warning deeper than rational thought. The memories of the lake, of the fog, of my friends being consumed, they all rushed back, a torrent of terror. This felt like the same kind of insidious trap, a lure disguised as salvation. Liam, please. I croaked, finding my voice for the first time in hours, though it sounded raw and alien even to my own ears. My voice was a desperate rasp. Do not. It is a trick. He paused, glancing back at me, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of his old self, the rational, cautious Liam. But then his gaze drifted back to the path, and the strange, almost eager light returned to his eyes. A trick. What kind of trick? It is just a path. Maybe we stumbled into some old, forgotten trail that only shows up under a specific moon cycle. It has happened before old legends. He was trying to rationalize it, to make sense of the impossible. Maya was more resolute. No, no way. This is too weird. We wait until morning. We find our way out then, the way we planned. And what if morning never comes? Liam shot back, a hint of desperation in his voice. We are lost. Maya, completely lost. Your map is useless. We have been walking in circles. I can feel it. This is our chance. He pulled his arm free from her grasp. Liam, think. Maya pleaded, her voice rising in urgency. Look at it. Look at the moon. Does that look natural to you? This whole place is wrong. This path feels wrong. I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaking. She is right. I managed, my voice a ragged whisper. It is like the lake. It calls to you. It takes you. The words were out before I could stop them. The truth I would so desperately try to hide. Liam and Maya both turned to me, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. The lake. What are you talking about? Liam asked, his fascination with the path momentarily broken. My mind raced, trying to find a new lie, but my tongue felt heavy. The raw truth was too terrifying, too unbelievable. How could I explain a lake that stole voices, a shapeless fog that consumed bodies? They would think I was insane. Nothing. I stammered, shaking my head violently. Just a bad memory. This place, it reminds me of how lost I felt. It was a half-truth, but a weak one. Maya's eyes narrowed. but she did not press. Her attention was still primarily on the ominous path and Liam's dangerous infatuation with it. Liam, however, seemed to have already dismissed my outburst. His gaze was fixed on the path again. "It is a clear shot," he said, almost to himself. "No undergrowth, no tangled roots. It looks easy. Easy." The word was a siren song in this hellish labyrinth. Easy paths in places like this are never good. "Liam," Maya said, her voice strained with fear. "They are traps." But Liam was already taking another step, then another, his feet crunching softly on the strange, iridescent surface. "I am just going to see where it starts," he called back, his voice too casual, too forced. "Just a little ways." "No," Maya cried, but he was already moving, his silhouette bathed in the eerie red light. I watched him go, a cold dread pooling in my stomach. It was like watching someone walk onto thin ice, knowing it would break. My body screamed at me to run, to drag him back, but I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming wrongness of it all. Liam walked perhaps 20 feet down the path, then stopped. He turned back, his face a pale mask in the red light. "It is really smooth," he said, his voice a little breathless, a little too high-pitched. "And it feels warm, warm, in this freezing, damp forest." Another impossible detail. "Come back, Liam," Maya pleaded, her voice cracking. "Please. We will figure something else out." He hesitated, then slowly, almost reluctantly, began to turn back. Hope surged in my chest, a tiny, fragile spark. Maybe he would listen. Maybe we could still escape this. But just as he started to take a step back towards us, something happened. The air around him shimmered. It was not a visible distortion, not exactly, but a subtle blurring, like looking through heat haze only cold. A faint, high-pitched hum filled the air, so low it was almost subliminal, vibrating in my teeth. Liam stopped again, his body rigid. He looked down at his feet, then up at us, his eyes wide with a sudden, dawning terror. "I can't move," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rising hum. "My feet, they are stuck." Maya screamed, a raw, piercing sound that cut through the silence. She lunged forward, but I grabbed her arm, my grip surprisingly strong despite my shaking. "Do not," I gasped. It is holding him." The shimmering intensified around Liam. The reddish light of the path seemed to grow brighter, pulsing with an inner life. Liam struggled, his muscles straining, but he remained rooted to the spot, like a fly caught in amber. His face contorted in a silent scream, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. The hum grew louder, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the ground, through my bones. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, Liam was gone. Not a flash of light, not an explosion. He simply was not there anymore. One moment, his terrified face was visible in the red glow, struggling, silent. The next, the space he occupied was empty. The shimmering air settled, the hum faded, and the path lay silent and innocent, stretching into the red-tinged darkness. Maya collapsed, a choked sob tearing from her throat. She stared at the empty space where Liam had been, her eyes wide and unseeing. "No," she whimpered. "No, no, no." I stood there, frozen. The image of Liam's silent struggle burned into my mind. The horror of it was absolute, a clean, swift erasure. He had not been dragged away, had not fallen. He had simply ceased to be. And the path, the alluring, treacherous path, was the culprit. "Travelers who walk it never return." The words, if I would known them, would have chilled me to the bone. Now, I understood them in a way no warning ever could. The silence that followed was even more profound, more terrifying than before. It was a silence that swallowed screams, a silence that held the echo of an absence. Maya eventually stirred, pushing herself up onto her hands and knees. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes hollow. What was that?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. Where did he go? I shook my head, unable to speak, unable to offer any comfort. My own terror was a physical weight pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. This was it again. The same overwhelming, incomprehensible horror that had taken my friends at the lake. It was a different manifestation, but the same underlying malevolence. We have to get out of here, Maya said, her voice gaining a desperate urgency. Now, we can't stay here. She scrambled to her feet, glancing wildly around the oppressive forest. But where to go? The red moon still hung above us, a malevolent eye, its crimson light illuminating the path that had just consumed Liam. It stretched out, inviting, promising escape, yet we knew its true nature. The forest around us was a wall of impenetrable darkness, a tangled, suffocating maze. Which way? I managed to croak, my voice still hoarse. Maya looked around, her eyes darting from the path to the dense trees. Away from that. Any direction. Just away. We did not bother with our camp. Our sleeping bags, our few remaining supplies, they were meaningless now. All that mattered was escape. We plunged into the forest, away from the path, away from the red moon's direct gaze, deeper into the bewildering darkness. Every step was agony. The ground was uneven, covered in unseen roots and rocks. Branches clawed at our faces, thorny bushes tore at our clothes. The darkness was absolute, relieved only by the faint, eerie glow of the red moon filtering through the thick canopy, casting grotesque, dancing shadows. My mind was a kaleidoscope of terror. The fog, the lake, Liam's silent disappearance, they all swirled together, a terrifying vortex. I kept hearing whispers, seeing fleeting shapes, convinced that something was following us, just beyond the edge of our vision. Maya, despite her fear, seemed to have found a desperate resolve. She pushed forward, stumbling but never stopping, muttering to herself. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. We walked for what felt like hours, blindly, frantically. The red moon seemed to follow us, its crimson eye always visible through some gap in the trees, a constant, chilling reminder of the horror we would witness. The forest grew denser, the air colder, and the silence more profound. It was a complete, suffocating absence of sound, as if the very air had been sucked out of the world. Then, through the gloom, I saw it again. Another path. My blood ran cold. It was narrower this time, almost a faint line, but unmistakably the same iridescent, reddish glowing surface. It appeared to curve gently through the trees, beckoning. Maya saw it too. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. "No," she whispered, her voice laced with pure dread. "It can't be." But it was. The red moon path. It had reappeared. Or maybe we had somehow circled back to it. The thought was sickening. "We have to go around it," Maya said, her voice shaking. She tried to push through the undergrowth to the left of the path, but the trees there were impossibly dense, a solid wall of thorns and tangled vines. We tried the right, with the same result. It was as if the path was the only clear way forward, a line drawn through an impenetrable barrier. Despair began to set in, cold and crushing. We were trapped. The path was a lure, a trap, and now it was the only way. Maybe it is different now. Maya ventured, her voice thin with false hope. Maybe it is just a trail, a way out. I stared at her, my heart aching with the familiar pain of seeing someone succumb to desperate, irrational hope. It was the same hope that had lured Liam, the same hope that had perhaps lured my friends to the lake. "No," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. "It is not. It is the same. It takes you." But Maya was already looking at it with that same strange fascination Liam had. The red moon's light seemed to pull at her, a subtle, insidious force. "What other choice do we have?" she asked, her eyes wide, staring at the path. "We can't stay out here." we will freeze. Or something else will find us. Something else already found Liam. I countered, but my words felt weak, meaningless against the lure of the path. She took a shaky breath. Then, with a profound sense of resignation, she took a step onto the path. Maya, no. I cried, reaching for her, but she was already a few feet ahead of me. She turned back, her face a mixture of fear and a strange, calm acceptance. I can't stay lost, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I need to know where it goes. And then, just like Liam, the air around her shimmered. The low hum returned, vibrating through the ground. Maya's eyes widened in terror, her hands flying up as if to push against an invisible wall. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound escaped. Her body rigid, she began to twist, a slow, agonizing rotation, her face contorted in silent agony. I watched, frozen in horror, as the shimmering intensified, consuming her. Her form blurred, stretched, then contracted, like a ripple in water. And then she was gone, vanished. The hum faded, the air settled, and the path lay empty and silent once more. I was alone again, utterly, completely alone. The silence that followed Maya's disappearance was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It screamed with the absence of life, with the crushing weight of isolation. My friends, my companions gone, erased. The red moon path stretched before me, a gleaming, sinister invitation. It was the only way. The forest on either side was an impenetrable wall, and behind me only the memory of what I had run from and what had now caught up to me. My mind snapped. The fragile threads of my sanity, already frayed by the lake and the fog, finally gave way. I started to laugh, a dry, hysterical sound that tore from my throat. It was a laugh born of terror, of grief, of the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of my situation. I was running from one nightmare, only to stumble into another, even more insidious one. The Red Moon Path. It was not a trail. It was a maw, a gullet, and it was hungry. I looked down at my own feet, then back at the impenetrable forest. There was no escape. Not anymore. I was trapped between two horrors, and one of them was now the only visible way forward. With a profound sense of dread, a weary acceptance that settled deep in my bones, I took a step onto the path. The surface felt smooth and unnaturally warm beneath my worn boots. It hummed faintly, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through the soles of my feet, up my legs, into my very core. The red moonlight bathed everything in an unholy glow. The path stretched before me, winding gently through the ancient trees, seemingly endless. There were no sounds from the forest now, no rustling leaves, no chirping insects, no wind. Only the faint, constant hum of the path and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I walked, one foot in front of the other, numbly, mechanically. My mind was a blank slate, emptied of everything but the raw instinct to move forward. What else was there to do? Turn back into the forest to die of exposure, or be taken by whatever lurked in the shadows, or face the known unknown of the path. As I walked, the path seemed to change. The trees lining it grew taller, their branches twisting into grotesque, skeletal shapes that clawed at the crimson sky. Their bark was a dark, oily black, slick with an unnatural moisture. Strange, phosphorescent fungi pulsed faintly from their trunks, casting an even more disturbing light on the scene. The air grew heavier, thicker, and a strange, metallic scent filled my nostrils, like old blood and ozone. My lungs burned with each breath. The hum of the path intensified, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. I started to see things, phantoms flickering at the edge of my vision, shapes that writhed and twisted in the deeper shadows between the gnarled trees. Were they real? Or were they just my shattered mind finally succumbing to the overwhelming pressure? I could not tell. I did not care. Then I heard them. The whispers. Not the voices of my friends this time, but new ones. Countless voices, soft and insidious, murmuring just beyond the threshold of understanding. They seemed to rise from the path itself, from the very air around me, a chorus of lost souls. They were mournful, despairing, and sometimes sickeningly eager. Join us. One of us. The path is the end. My blood ran cold. This was not just a path that led to disappearance. It was a path that consumed and then absorbed. Liam and Maya, my friends from the lake, were they here? Were their voices part of this chilling chorus? I wanted to scream, to run, to tear myself free from the path's insidious embrace, but my legs felt heavy, my movements sluggish. It was as if the path itself was drawing me in, pulling me deeper into its terrifying maw. The red moon continued to hang above, an unblinking eye, its crimson light growing brighter, more intense, as if it were feeding on the horror unfolding below. It pulsed a slow, rhythmic beat like a monstrous heart. The path began to narrow further, the trees closing in even more tightly, their branches interlacing above, forming a dark, suffocating tunnel. The air became even thicker, harder to breathe, and the metallic scent grew stronger, almost overwhelming. I felt a cold sensation on my skin, like unseen hands reaching out, brushing against my arms, my face. I flinched, batting at the empty air, but there was nothing there. Only the oppressive darkness, the pulsating fungi, and the chorus of whispers that grew louder, more distinct. You belong here. Never leave. We are all one. My eyes, already wide with terror, darted wildly, trying to pierce the gloom. I saw vague, translucent shapes flitting through the periphery, like shadows of shadows. Were they the former travelers? The ones who never returned? Were they now bound to this path, spectral guardians, or merely echoes of what once was? My breath came in ragged gasps. My legs were burning, but I could not stop. The path compelled me forward, a relentless, inescapable force. It was a journey with no destination, only absorption. The ground beneath my feet felt softer now, almost spongy, yet still warm. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the red moon above, a slow, sickening beat. I felt a strange tingling sensation spreading through my body, starting in my feet and creeping upwards, a numbness that was both cold and warm at the same time. My vision began to blur. The edges of the trees, the glowing fungi, the path itself, they all started to melt into each other, a swirling vortex of crimson and black. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening roar in my head, a cacophony of despair and malevolent joy. I stumbled, my legs finally giving out. I fell to my knees on the soft, pulsing surface of the path. The warmth enveloped me, seeped into my skin, through my clothes, into my very bones. The tingling sensation turned into a profound, pervasive numbness, a dissolution of my physical self. My fingers, when I tried to move them, felt strange, disconnected. My body felt heavy, yet simultaneously light, as if I was dissolving, becoming one with the path. The metallic scent was overpowering now, filling my mouth, coating my tongue. I could taste it, a coppery tang of old blood. My own blood, perhaps, or the blood of countless others. The red moon, hanging directly above the narrow tunnel of trees, seemed to swell, filling my entire field of vision. Its crimson light pulsed, blindingly bright, and then slowly it began to change. It was not just light anymore. It was liquid. A thick, viscous, red liquid from the sky, dissolving the trees, dissolving the air, dissolving everything. It flowed over me, into me. I felt it seep into my pores, fill my lungs, course through my veins. It was cold, yet burning, a contradiction that shattered the last vestiges of my rational thought. The whispers were no longer just whispers. They were distinct voices, thousands of them, all speaking at once, yet each one clear, each one a memory, a fragment of a lost soul. My friends, Liam, Maya, and countless others I did not know. They were all here, all part of this. And now, I was too. My own voice, my own consciousness began to unravel, to fragment. I was no longer a distinct entity, but a part of the greater chorus, a new note in the symphony of the lost. The boundaries of my body, my mind dissolved. I was the path. I was the whispers. I was the endless crimson night. The red moon was no longer just a moon. It was the eye of the path, the heart of the forest, and I was now inside it, another consciousness consumed, another traveler who had walked the path and never returned. My last thought before the final complete dissolution was a chilling realization the path was not leading out of the forest. It was leading into it, into the very essence of its ancient, malevolent being. And it was always hungry, always waiting for the next red moon, always waiting for the next traveler. And now, I was one of them. I was the path. I was the silence. I was. The cold, the biting, spectral cold, was my only comfort. It was a reflection of the utter desolation in my non-existent heart. David was gone, consumed. Another flickering light extinguished in this godforsaken fog. The creature, a manifestation of pure hunger, had merged back into the gnarled, bleeding oak, its sickly green glow dimming to a barely perceptible pulse. And I was alone again, adrift in a sea of gray and despair. Or so I thought. Then I remembered Tommy, David's son, the boy who had fled into the mist, his small form swallowed by the suffocating veil. My spectral instincts, those fragments of the father I once was, screamed. I could not save David. I could not save Liam or Maya. But Tommy, he was still out there, a tiny spark of life in this encroaching darkness. I poured my will into following him, pushing through the thick, cloying fog that seemed to resist my very presence. It was like swimming through liquid shadow, every inch a struggle. But I kept going, drawn by the faint, terrified gaze of a child. He was running, stumbling blindly, his breath ragged, his small legs pumped, propelled by pure, unadulterated terror. He called out a choked, reedy sound. Dad. Daddy. But there was no answer, only the oppressive silence of the fog, broken by his own gasps. My spectral form hovered just behind him, a silent, useless sentinel. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, to tell him it would be okay, but my hands passed through empty air. The frustration was a familiar, bitter taste. Eventually, his pace slowed. He was just a child, after all, and the adrenaline of the initial escape was wearing off. He collapsed against the trunk of the tree, sobbing, his face buried in his knees. The fog swirled around him, an indifferent, silent witness. I watched, my heart aching with a grief that transcended my spectral state. This was what I had felt when Liam and Maya had been taken, that crushing helplessness. After what felt like an eternity, Tommy slowly pushed himself up. He was shivering, not just from a cold that permeated this place, but from a deeper, soul-shaking fear. He wiped his nose on the sleeve of his jacket, his small frame rigid. He looked around, his eyes wide and unfocused, searching for any sign of his father, any glimmer of hope. There was none, only the endless, shifting gray. Then, through a slight thinning in the fog, he saw it. A faint indentation in the ground, almost imperceptible, winding between the trees. A trail. A path. It offered a direction, a purpose, however faint. Anything was better than standing still, waiting for the shadows to claim him. With a renewed, desperate resolve, Tommy started walking. I followed, my spectral form gliding effortlessly over the uneven ground. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and lined with trees whose branches, devoid of leaves, clawed at the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground was soft with damp earth and decaying leaves, muffling his footsteps. The fog here was a bit thinner, allowing glimpses of the surrounding woods, but it still felt like walking through a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare. Tommy walked for what felt like hours. He was clearly exhausted, his steps dragging, his head bowed. He mumbled to himself, sometimes calling out for his father, sometimes just incoherent whispers. I watched him, my spectral senses picking up on his mounting desperation. He was lost, alone, and utterly vulnerable. As he walked, I started to notice things. A peculiar gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted into a grotesque, almost human-like face, stood sentinel beside the path. A little further on, a cluster of moss-covered rocks formed a crude archway, almost like a natural gateway. Then a broken signpost, its faded lettering illegible, leaned precariously into the path. These were distinct landmarks, easily recognizable. I made a mental note of them, an old habit from a life I barely remembered, a way to orient myself in this disorienting world. Tommy, however, did not seem to pay them much mind. He was too focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on the sheer act of survival. He just kept going, hoping each step brought him closer to somewhere. Anywhere but here. The light, if you could call it that, began to fade. The gray of the fog deepened, transitioning into a suffocating charcoal. Night was falling, or at least what passed for night in this perpetually dim realm. Tommy, his strength giving out, stumbled and fell. He lay there for a moment, too tired even to cry. Then he pushed himself up again, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He needed shelter, a place to hide from whatever lurked in the deeper shadows. He spotted a slightly larger cluster of trees, their branches forming a dense canopy, offering a modicum of concealment. He crawled into the meager shelter, pulling his knees to his chest, and tried to make himself as small as possible. The whispers, faint at first, began to drift through the air, carried on the chilling breath of the fog. They were indistinguishable, a cacophony of soft, sibilant sounds, just like the ones he had heard before, just before David. Tommy clamped his hands over his ears, squeezing his eyes shut. He was terrified, utterly and completely terrified. I watched him, my spectral essence vibrating with a helpless empathy. I could not even offer him the illusion of warmth. The night passed in a blur of fear and fitful, dreamless sleep, when a faint, barely perceptible lightning in the fog signaled the dawn. Tommy was already awake, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He was stiff, cold, and desperately hungry, but he knew he could not stay. Staying meant waiting for whatever had taken his father. He pushed himself up and returned to the trail, his resolve grim. He would keep walking. He had to. He started off, his steps still dragging, but with a renewed sense of urgency. And that is when things started to get weird. He walked for what felt like another long stretch, the trail winding and twisting, the trees pressing in on either side. The fog, if anything, seemed to have thickened overnight, reducing visibility even further. He was growing more and more disoriented, his sense of direction completely gone. Then, I saw it first. The gnarled oak tree. The one with the bark twisted into a grotesque, almost human-like face. My spectral memory, sharper than any human recall, recognized it instantly. It was the same tree, the same one we had passed yesterday. Tommy continued walking, his head down, but then he faltered. He stopped, slowly raising his head, his eyes, wide with a dawning horror, fixed on the tree. He took a hesitant step closer, his small hand reaching out to touch the gnarled bark, tracing the contours of the twisted face. There was no mistaking it. This was the same tree. He looked back down the trail, then forward. Confusion warred with a rising panic in his eyes. He must have thought he was mistaken, that all the trees looked similar in this fog. So he pushed on, faster this time, a desperate hope that he had just misremembered. A little further on, the cluster of moss-covered rocks formed a crude archway. My spectral awareness confirmed it. The same rocks, the same archway. Tommy stopped again, staring, his jaw slack. He remembered it. He knew he did. He had passed it yesterday. He had walked for hours, yet here it was again. Then, with a sickening lurch, he saw the broken signpost, its faded lettering illegible, leaning precariously into the path. The exact same signpost. The realization hit him, a wave of cold dread washing over his small frame. He had not just misremembered. He had not just walked in a circle. He was on a loop, an endless, repeating loop. His breath itched. He started to hyperventilate, his eyes darting frantically from the signpost to the rock archway, then back to the gnarled tree, now barely visible through the swirling fog behind him. He was trapped. The trail was not leading him out, it was leading him back to himself, over and over again. He screamed then, a raw, primal sound of despair that was quickly swallowed by the fog. He ran. He ran back the way he came, hoping against hope that if he just went fast enough, he could break the cycle. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it was futile. The trail held him. He ran until his lungs burned, until his legs gave out, until he collapsed, gasping, on the damp earth. When he looked up through the swirling gray, he saw it again. The gnarled oak, the rock archway, the broken signpost. He had completed another loop. This time, however, there was a subtle difference. The gnarled oak's face seemed more defined, the twists in the bark more pronounced, almost as if they had deepened, like wrinkles on an old, weary face. The moss on the rock archway was thicker, a darker, more vibrant green, and seemed to pulsate faintly. And the broken signpost, its wood looked more rotted, more decayed, as if it had aged years in a single night. The fog, too, felt heavier, colder, clinging to everything like a shroud. And the whispers, they were louder now. Not just indistinct murmurs, but a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to snake through the air, just at the edge of hearing, almost like a breath. Tommy stared, his eyes wide with a terror that went beyond mere fear. He was seeing the impossible. The trail was changing. It was twisting. He stumbled to his feet, his mind reeling. He tried to reason with himself, to find a logical explanation. Maybe he was hallucinating from exhaustion and hunger. Maybe the fog was playing tricks on his eyes. But deep down he knew. This was real. This was happening. He started walking again, slower this time, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, desperately searching for something, anything, that would be different. But the trail continued its relentless, maddening loop. The second loop was a descent into a deeper kind of horror. Each landmark, when he encountered it again, was more overtly unsettling. The gnarled oak now had what looked like faint, glowing points within its bark, like embers behind the twisted eyes of its face. The rock archway was not just covered in moss, but strange, bioluminescent fungi that pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, reminiscent of the glow I had seen around the creature and the bleeding tree. And the signpost. It was not just more decayed, it seemed to be weeping a dark, viscous sap that oozed down its splintered wood, leaving glistening trails. The air grew perceptibly colder, a bone-chilling dampness that seeped into everything. I wondered if it was my own spectral presence intensifying, or if the trail itself was becoming a colder, more hostile entity. The whispers were no longer just whispers. They were distinct sounds now, just at the edge of comprehension. A low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath his feet. A high-pitched, mournful wail, like a child crying in the distance, quickly cut short. And the sibilant hiss, now clearer, seemed to form words, though Tommy could not quite make them out. They sounded like his name, or perhaps his father's, distorted and mocking. Tommy was talking to himself constantly, now muttering, pleading, sometimes screaming at the unresponsive trees. His clothes were torn, his face streaked with dirt and tears. He was hungry, thirsty, and utterly exhausted. He tried to drink from a small puddle on the path, but the water was thick and oily, with a strange metallic smell. He recoiled, gagging. He started seeing things in his peripheral vision. fleeting shadows darting between the trees just out of sight. Glimpses of figures tall and gaunt, standing motionless in the fog, only to vanish when he turned to look directly at them. He saw David once, his father, standing by the gnarled oak, looking at him with an expression of profound sadness. Tommy cried out, running towards the apparition, only for it to dissipate like smoke, leaving him alone again, sobbing in the suffocating gray. My own spectral senses were becoming blurred, the lines between what was real and what was a manifestation of the trail's influence becoming indistinct. He had lost track of time. Days blurred into an endless cycle of walking, collapsing, and waking to the same horrifying realization. The trail was no longer just a path, it was a living, breathing nightmare. The third loop was a descent into overt, inescapable horror. The landscape itself had transformed. The trees were no longer just gnarled, their branches were twisted into grotesque, supplicating forms, their bark resembling scarred flesh. Some of them seemed to have mouths, dark, gaping orifices that appeared and disappeared as the fog shifted, letting out faint, sighing sounds. The ground was no longer just uneven, it seemed to writhe, small, root-like tendrils occasionally snaking across the path, tripping him. Strange phosphorescent fungi, like grotesque alien growths, clustered at the base of trees and in the hollows of rocks, casting an eerie, sickly glow. The landmarks were utterly terrifying now. The gnarled oak's face was fully formed, its glowing eyes following Tommy as he passed. Dark, viscous liquid, thicker than sap, oozed from the corners of its mouth. The rock archway was no longer just moss-covered, it was draped in what looked like glistening, translucent membranes, like spiderwebs made of flesh, with faint, shadowy forms wriggling beneath them. The signpost had collapsed completely, lying prone on the path, covered in the same dark, pulsing moss that now seemed to cover everything. It looked like a rotting corpse, slowly being absorbed by the earth. The cold was intense, a freezing embrace that seemed to penetrate even my spectral being. The whispers were a constant, insidious chorus now, a cacophony of distorted voices, some childlike, some guttural, all speaking in an unknown tongue, yet somehow conveying a sense of malicious amusement. They called to him, they mocked him, they burrowed into his fractured mind. Lost, so lost father gone alone. Tommy was a ghost of a boy. His eyes were wide and vacant, his face gaunt and streaked with dry tears and dirt. His clothes were in tatters, his skin scraped and bruised. He mumbled incoherently, sometimes laughing, sometimes whimpering. He stumbled more than he walked, occasionally collapsing and lying there for long stretches, staring blankly at the swirling fog above. He tried to eat the strange, glowing fungi once, his hunger overriding all sense, but spat it out with a choked cry, the taste of ash and something metallic filling his mouth. He was seeing creatures, now not just shadows. Small, scuttling things, like insects but too large, too fast, with too many legs, that darted in and out of the undergrowth. Larger, shapeless forms that moved with impossible grace through the deeper fog, their red eyes glowing faintly in the distance, just like the creature that had consumed his father. I felt a surge of spectral energy, a desperate attempt to manifest, to create a cold burst, a distraction, anything. But the trail's influence was too strong. It was absorbing my energy, muffling my will. I was becoming just another part of its spectral landscape, a prisoner like Tommy. The trail twisted and turned, each loop becoming a deeper, more profound plunge into madness. Time had ceased to exist. There was no day, no night, just an endless, terrifying twilight. Tommy was barely recognizable. He was emaciated, his skin pale and almost translucent. His hair was matted, his lips cracked and bleeding. He no longer cried, no longer screamed. He just walked, a puppet on invisible strings, his eyes vacant, his mind broken. The whispers were a constant, deafening roar in his mind. Though I knew to human ears, they were still just faint sibilant sounds. They were no longer just mocking, they were commanding, urging him deeper, drawing him towards something. The air now hummed with an unnatural energy, a sickly green pulse that seemed to emanate from the very ground. The fog had thinned in places, revealing glimpses of a landscape that defied sanity. Trees writhed, their branches intertwining into living cages. The ground itself seemed to breathe, swelling and contracting, revealing fleeting glimpses of dark, pulsating veins beneath the surface. And then, I saw it, the green glow. Not just a faint pulse, but a strong, vibrant, sickening green light that emanated from a clearing ahead. The same clearing, the one where David had met his end. Tommy, drawn by an unseen force, stumbled towards it. He no longer seemed to notice the horror around him, his mind too far gone. He was just moving, compelled. As he entered the clearing, the green glow intensified, bathing everything in an eerie, phosphorescent light. The gnarled oak, the one that had bled and consumed David, was no longer just a tree. It was a monstrous, pulsating heart of flesh and wood, its bark rippling like skin, its branches like thick, engorged veins. The sickly green light seemed to originate from within it, a malevolent life force. And surrounding it, circling the base of the monstrous tree, were dozens of figures. They were not human. They were gaunt, elongated forms, their skin stretched taut over skeletal frames, their eyes glowing with the same sickly green light. They moved slowly, rhythmically, their movements synchronized, almost like a macabre dance. They were the creatures of the fog, the ones I had seen in glimpses, now fully revealed. And they were all facing the tree, their mouths open in silent adoration, or perhaps consumption. Tommy stumbled into the center of the clearing, his eyes finally focusing, a flicker of awareness returning to their depths. He saw the monstrous tree, its pulsing green heart. He saw the creatures, their skeletal forms swaying. And then he saw David, his father, not as he was, but as a translucent, shimmering form, half merged with the bark of the great, pulsing tree. His eyes were wide, filled with an eternal, silent scream. He was trapped, a part of the monstrous entity, his essence slowly being absorbed. Tommy let out a choked cry, a sound of pure, unadulterated horror. It was the first truly human sound he had made in what felt like an eternity. He tried to run, to flee, but his legs gave out. He collapsed onto the damp earth, his small body racked with tremors. The creatures turned their glowing green eyes towards him, their silent mouths stretching into something that might have been a smile. The whispers, which had been a distant chorus, now surged, overwhelming, deafening. They were inside my spectral mind, inside Tommy's. They spoke of hunger, of assimilation, of the endless cycle of the trail. The trail was not just a path, it was a living, predatory entity, a vast, complex organism that fed on the lost, on their fear, on their very essence. The gnarled oak was its heart, the creatures its agents, and the fog its veil. As Tommy lay there, paralyzed by terror, the roots of the great tree began to stir. They snaked out thick and dark towards his small, vulnerable form. The green glow intensified, pulsating with a hungry rhythm. I screamed, a silent, spectral shriek of pure agony and frustration. I poured every ounce of my non-existent being into a desperate surge of cold, a last, futile attempt to intervene. A wave of intense cold washed over the clearing, making the phosphorescent fungi dim, making even the creatures pause their macabre dance, their glowing eyes flickering. It was a momentary respite, a final act of spectral defiance. But it was not enough. It never was. The roots reached Tommy, wrapping around his legs, his arms, drawing him slowly, inexorably towards the pulsing heart of the tree. He did not scream again. His eyes, wide with a final, heartbreaking understanding, fixed on the shimmering, trapped form of his father. He reached out a trembling hand, a silent plea. Then he was absorbed, not with a struggle, not with a sound, just a slow, gentle merging. His small form dissolved into the bark of the monstrous tree, becoming another faint, translucent image, another lost soul added to its grotesque tapestry. Another child, another Liam, another Maya. The green glow dimmed slightly. The creatures resumed their silent, swaying dance, and the whispers settled back into a low, sibilant hum. The trail was silent once more, waiting for the next lost soul, the next desperate hiker to stumble onto its endless, twisting path. I was alone again, adrift in the suffocating fog, a spectral observer to a horror I could never touch, never stop. The endless trail continued, a silent, hungry sentinel, forever looping, forever twisting, forever consuming. And I, the ghost of a father, was condemned to witness it all, over and over again, until perhaps I too became just another whisper in the fog. I fought its insidious pull with every fiber of my being, gasping for air that felt thick with an alien peace, a peace that promised to lull me into forgetting everything Liam. Maya, the hollow man, even my own name. The fog, the evening breath, as the few hushed whispers in Oak Haven called it, pressed against my mind like a warm, wet blanket, threatening to smother the jagged edges of my grief until nothing but a placid, empty void remained. I stumbled backward, away from the glowing, pulsing heart of it, my hands outstretched as if to ward off an invisible entity. The air grew clearer with each retreating step, the tranquil hum receding until I could finally hear the frantic beat of my own heart, a raw, painful thrum that reassured me I was still me, still broken, but still here. I did not stop running until the first, pale fingers of dawn began to paint the sky a sickly gray. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and an even deeper, more profound exhaustion. Oak Haven, the forgotten town I would stumbled into, offered no solace. Its few residents, gnarled and silent, moved like ghosts, their eyes holding the same distant, vacant look I would seen in my own reflection after weeks on the road. They seemed to exist under a perpetual pall, a silent understanding of the forest's strange power, a power they neither fought nor embraced, but simply endured. My car, a rusty relic that had barely made it this far, was parked near the edge of town, close to where the ancient forest began its encroaching march. It felt like a tether to a reality I was rapidly losing grip on, even if it was a reality shattered beyond repair. I spent the next few days in a haze, holed up in the car, venturing out only for meager supplies from the town's dust-choked general store. Each night, I watched the evening breath rise, a luminous, ethereal tide that swallowed the forest whole, and sometimes even crept to the very edge of town. It was beautiful, in a terrifying, predatory way. And each morning, as it receded, I felt a primal urge to understand what lay within those woods, an urge that warred with the memory of its suffocating embrace. My grief, raw and unyielding, was a constant companion. It was a phantom limb, an ache that never faded. Liam and Maya. Their names were a silent scream in my head, a wound that refused to heal. The hollow man had taken them, leaving behind only an emptiness that no amount of driving, no forgotten town, no strange fog could fill. I was a ghost haunting my own life, and the forest, with its ancient brooding presence, felt like a fitting backdrop for my slow descent. One afternoon, a few days after my terrifying encounter with the fog, the sky was a clear, crisp blue, unmarred by any hint of the evening breath. A light breeze stirred, rustling the leaves of the deciduous trees that dotted the forest's edge. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sharp and resinous. Pine. I had not noticed them before, not distinctly. But as I walked, aimlessly wandering the gravel road that led deeper into the woods, I saw them a dense stand of ancient pines, their dark needles a stark contrast to the lighter green of the surrounding foliage. They were taller, straighter, and somehow more imposing than the other trees, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers against the sky. A faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. It was high-pitched, a reedy whistle that seemed to weave through the air. I paused, tilting my head, trying to pinpoint its origin. It was not a bird. It was not the wind through ordinary leaves. It was different. It seemed to come from the pines themselves. I dismissed it as the unique way the wind might interact with their long, slender needles, or perhaps the way it whistled through some unseen hollow in their trunks. Just a peculiar acoustic phenomenon. My mind, still reeling from a fog, was quick to rationalize anything unusual. But as I drew closer, the sound intensified. The breeze picked up just a little, and the whistling grew louder, more insistent. It was not a pleasant sound. It was thin, strained, like a rope pulled taut and vibrating with an agonizing tension. It had an eerie, almost mournful quality. I found myself slowing down, my footsteps growing hesitant. There was something unsettling about it, something that prickled the hairs on my arms. The pines themselves seemed to lean in, their dark branches swaying in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Their needles, long and sharp, seemed to shimmer in the afternoon light. It was a beautiful sight in a way, but the sound was wrong. It began to shift, losing its purely mechanical quality. Now mixed with the high-pitched whistle, there was a low, drawn-out moan, like a sigh of deep, profound weariness. It was faint, barely audible over the general rustling of the forest, but once I heard it, I could not unhear it. I walked further, drawn by a morbid curiosity I could not quite explain. The air grew cooler under the dense canopy of pine. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of needles, muffling my steps. The light here was dim, filtered and green, giving the whole area an otherworldly feel. And the sounds, they were evolving. The high-pitched whistle now had a sharper edge, like a blade being drawn across stone. The low moan had deepened, becoming more guttural, a sound of complaint, of discomfort. It was still undeniably the wind moving through the trees, but it was a wind that seemed to be playing a symphony of distress. I tried to rationalize it again. The unique structure of pine cones, perhaps. The way the bark was shaped. Anything to explain away the growing unease tightening its grip on my chest. But the sounds persisted, growing louder, more distinct as the breeze freshened. They were no longer just whistles and moans. Now there was a sustained grating sound, like wood splintering under immense pressure, followed by a sharp, almost choke gasp. I stopped dead, a shiver running down my spine. That last sound, it was too close to something human, too close to a cry of pain. My heart hammered against my ribs. It is just the wind, I told myself, trying to sound convincing, even to myself. It is just the trees. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening. The wind would swell, and with it, the symphony of distress from the pines would rise. When the wind lulled, the sounds would soften, but never quite disappear. It was a constant, underlying hum of discomfort, waiting for the right impetus to burst forth. I felt a growing sense of dread, a cold knot forming in my stomach. This was not natural. This was not right. I retreated that day, the strange sounds echoing in my ears long after I would left the pine grove. I could not shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something deeply unsettling, something that Oak Haven's silent residents knew about and silently endured. I spent the evening trying to distract myself, cleaning out my car, making a meager meal. But the image of those tall, dark pines and their mournful sounds kept replaying in my mind. That night, a storm rolled in. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows of my beat-up car. Rain lashed against the metal, a relentless drumming. And through it all, even over the din of the storm, I heard them, the screams. They were no longer mere whistles and moans. The wind had become a frenzied conductor, and the pines were its tortured orchestra. The sounds were high-pitched, piercing, like 1,000 banshees wailing in unison. They were guttural, deep, like something ancient and immense groaning in agony. And woven through it all, undeniably, were sounds that were terrifyingly human. I sat bolt upright in my car, my breath catching in my throat. It sounded like people screaming. Not just one or two, but a multitude. cries of terror, of pain, of pure, unadulterated agony. The wind would surge, and the screams would swell, rising to a crescendo that felt like it was tearing the very fabric of the night apart. Then, as the wind momentarily died down, the screams would subside to a low, desperate chorus of whimpers and sobs, like 1,000 voices gasping for breath. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The sound seemed to penetrate my very bones, vibrating through the metal shell of my car. It was relentless, terrifying, and utterly soul-crushing. This was not some trick of the wind. This was not some unique acoustic property. This was something else, something alive, something suffering. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my grief. I was no longer just sad, I was terrified. The thought of Liam and Maya, of their innocent faces, was almost unbearable in the face of such raw, primal horror. Had they known such fear? Had they screamed like this? The thought made me want to rip my own skin off. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my car, shaking, listening to the forest scream. When the dawn finally broke, painting the sky in a bruised purple hue, the storm began to subside. The wind died down, and with it, the screams of the pines slowly faded, returning to the mournful moans and whistles I would heard the previous day, until they were almost imperceptible. I did not sleep. Not really. The screams had etched themselves into my mind, a horrifying melody I could not unhear. The next day, despite my profound fear, a different emotion began to take root, a desperate, morbid curiosity. What was that? What was happening in those pines? Was it some kind of ancient curse? Were people trapped within them? The idea was absurd, fantastical. But after weeks of chasing a shadowy figure known as the Hollow Man and encountering sentient fog, my grasp on what was real and what was not had become tenuous at best. I knew I should not go back. Every instinct screamed at me to get in my car, however broken, and drive as far away from Oakhaven and its screaming forest as possible. But something held me there. Perhaps it was the sheer exhaustion, the mental fatigue that had eroded my will to flee. Or perhaps, in my shattered state, I was drawn to the horror, a perverse kinship with something that seemed to embody such profound suffering. My own suffering felt mirrored in those torture cries. I waited until the sun was high, until the evening breath was nowhere in sight, and then I walked back toward the pines. My heart pounded with each step, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the forest. The air was still, heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. As I approached the grove, the faint, reedy sounds began again, a low, sorrowful hum, like a distant choir of lament. I pushed deeper into the pine grove than I had before, the needles crunching underfoot, the light growing dimmer. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, their bark a dark, almost black hue. Some had strange growths, bulbous knots that looked almost like distorted faces peeking out from the wood. As I moved deeper, the trees seemed to grow closer together, forming a dense, oppressive wall of dark green. The breeze, barely a whisper, stirred the needles, and the sounds intensified. They were no longer just generic moans. Now, I heard distinct, almost intelligible sounds. A choke sob, a gasp that sounded like a final breath, and then a whisper, carried on the faintest breath of wind, that made my blood run cold. Help us. It was faint, barely a breath of sound, but it was clear. And it was undeniably human. My entire body seized up. I stood frozen, straining to hear it again. The wind picked up a little stronger this time, and the whisper returned, this time louder, more desperate. Please release us. And then another voice, different, higher pitched, like a child's. Mama, it hurts. My breath hitched. Mama. The word tore through me, a fresh wound. Liam and Maya. Was this some cruel trick? Was the forest, or whatever entity inhabited it, preying on my deepest trauma? My mind reeled, trying to make sense of the impossible. I stumbled forward, blindly reaching out, my hand brushing against the rough bark of a massive pine. It felt warm, and as my fingers made contact, a wave of sensation washed over me. Not just sound, but a torrent of emotion. Fear, despair, agony, a profound, aching sorrow that was not my own, yet resonated deeply with my own grief. It was like touching a raw nerve, a conduit to unimaginable suffering. I snatched my hand back, gasping, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The tree, the entire grove, felt alive, pulsing with this dark, terrible energy. The whispers grew louder, more numerous, a cacophony of pleas and cries. Lost, so lost. Can't breathe. He took us all. He took us all. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling revelation. He, the Hollow Man. Could it be? Could he have done this? Was this another one of his monstrous acts? Had he somehow trapped people within these trees, their essence woven into the very wood, their pain manifesting as these horrifying screams? The idea was grotesque, but it fit the insidious, soul-devouring nature of the Hollow Man. Driven by a desperate, terrifying need to understand, to somehow make sense of this new layer of horror, I pressed on. The whispers and cries grew more frantic, more focused. They seemed to be directed at me. You can hear us. Do not leave us. He is coming back. The last phrase chilled me to the bone. He is coming back. The Hollow Man. Was he the one who had condemned these poor souls to this arboreal purgatory? And if so, what was his connection to Oakhaven, to this ancient, haunted forest? I pushed through a particularly dense thicket of pines, the branches scraping against my clothes, the needles pricking my skin. And then I saw it, a clearing, small and circular, in the very heart of the grove. In the center of the clearing stood a single colossal pine, far larger and older than the others, its trunk twisted and gnarled into grotesque, almost human-like shapes. And at its base, half buried in the thick carpet of needles, was a small, crude wooden carving. It was a stylized, almost abstract figure, vaguely humanoid, with empty, hollow eyes. My blood ran cold. It was the symbol I would seen before in the places the Hollow Man had been, the mark he left behind. As I stared at the carving, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing. The colossal pine tree in the center erupted in a scream so loud, so raw, so utterly human, that I fell to my knees, clutching my head. It was a woman's scream, full of terror and a mother's primal agony. Liam. Maya. The names tore through the air, vibrating through my very bones. My Liam. My Maya. It was not just a scream. It was her scream. The scream of a mother losing her children. My scream. My mind shattered. The forest was not just echoing the pain of others, it was echoing my pain. It was using my grief, my trauma against me. It was playing a cruel, twisted game, twisting the knife in my already bleeding heart. The other pines in the clearing joined in, their voices a chorus of screams and sobs, but now intertwined with them. I heard my own voice, distorted, echoing. I heard Liam's laughter, Maya's sweet singing, twisted into horrifying shrieks. The sounds were a weapon, aimed directly at my sanity. I scrambled backward, crawling away from the colossal pine, away from the horrifying symphony of my own despair. The ground beneath me felt like it was shifting, the roots of the trees seeming to writhe and coil like unseen serpents. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of pine and something else, something cloying and sweet, like decaying flowers. The evening breath. It was rising, even in the middle of the day, drawn by the raw anguish that filled the clearing. A faint, luminous mist began to swirl around the base of the trees, growing thicker, more opaque. The tranquil hum, the insidious peace, began to seep into the screams, trying to smother them, to smother me. The fog was here, drawn by the suffering, ready to consume it, to erase it, to erase me. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs shaking, my mind screaming in unison with the trees. I had to get out. I had to escape this living nightmare. This was not just a haunted forest, it was a trap, a nexus of pain and despair, fueled by the hollow man's evil and amplified by the sentient fog. As I turned to run, a voice, deep and resonant, seemed to emanate not from the trees, but from the very air around me, from the rising mist itself. You belong here, with them, with your children. It was the hollow man's voice. Smooth, chilling, utterly devoid of emotion. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. He was here, or his influence was. The fog swirled around me, its glowing tendrils reaching, beckoning. The screams of the pines intensified, becoming a desperate, pleading chorus. Stay, stay. Do not leave us. He will take you too. I ran, blindly, desperately, through the thicket of pines, through the swirling mist, ignoring the scraping branches, the biting needles, the terrifying symphony of pain and despair. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I stumbled out of the pine grove and into the less dense part of the forest, the air feeling suddenly lighter, clearer, though the screams still echoed in my ears, a phantom limb of sound. I did not stop until I reached my car, collapsing into the driver's seat, gasping for breath, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the key. The engine sputtered to life, a rough, reassuring roar in the face of the silence that now descended from the forest, a silence that felt heavier, more menacing than the screams themselves. I drove away from Oakhaven, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to escape. The screams of the pines, the voices of the trapped, the insidious whisper of the hollow man, and the suffocating embrace of the evening breath, they had woven themselves into the fabric of my being. I was no longer just haunted by the hollow man, I was haunted by the forest, by the knowledge of what lay within those ancient, screaming trees. The memory of Liam and Maya, once a searing pain, was now intertwined with the horrifying image of their names being screamed by a tortured pine. My grief had found new, grotesque dimension. I was still a ghost, fleeing a shattered life, but now the ghosts were screaming, and their cries would follow me, wherever I went, for the rest of my days. The horror was not just out there, in the forgotten towns and ancient forests, it was inside me, a permanent echoing sound, a constant reminder of the unspeakable things that lay hidden just beyond the veil of reality. And I knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, that I would never truly be free of the screams of the pines. They were my new lullaby, a constant, agonizing reminder of the world's quiet, lurking evil. I drove for weeks, the landscape blurring into an endless, monotonous ribbon of highway. My world had shattered after the hollow man took Liam and Maya in that cursed forest. Therapists called it trauma, but no one believed my story of the twisted creature. How could they? How could I even tell them without sounding like a raving lunatic? So I became a ghost, haunted by nightmares and pitying glances. I ran. My car, a beat-up sedan that smelled faintly of old coffee in desperation, was my only sanctuary. I ate stale gas station food, slept in rest stops, and let the white noise of the road drown out the screams in my head. I was not looking for anything, just away. Away from the pity, away from the questions, away from the ghost of my own sanity. I just kept driving, following whatever winding road seemed least familiar, until one afternoon, the car started sputtering. The gas gauge had been on empty for longer than I cared to admit, and finally, it gave up. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder of a narrow, unpaved road, deep in what looked like an ancient, forgotten corner of the world. To my left, a dense wall of trees rose, impossibly tall and dark, even in the afternoon sun. To my right, the road curved out of sight, but I could just make out the faded, hand-painted sign for Oakhaven. A town. A small one, by the looks of it. My phone had no signal, of course. Of course. I sighed, the sound rattling in my chest. My legs felt like lead, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep. I grabbed my backpack, the one with the few clothes I still owned, a tattered copy of a book I had not read in years, and a half-eaten bag of jerky, and started walking. The air was still, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. A chill, despite the sun, seemed to cling to the shadows under the trees. Oak Haven was not much more than a cluster of buildings around a dusty town square. An old general store with a faded Coca-Cola sign, a church with a leaning steeple, and what looked like a diner. There was also a motel, its neon sign flickering weekly even in daylight, the Oak Haven in vacancy. It looked like it had not been updated since the 70s, but it was shelter. And more importantly, it was a place with people. Hopefully, people with a working gas pump. The general store owner was a stoic man with a thick, gray beard and eyes that seemed to hold a century of unspoken stories. He had a gas can, thankfully, and after a short, gruff exchange, I was heading back to my car. He did not ask where I was from or why I was there, which I appreciated. People who did not ask questions were my kind of people these days. As I walked back, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. And that is when I saw it, or rather, felt it. A cold, creeping mist began to rise from the forest, not in wisps, but in a slow, deliberate exhalation. It seeped out from between the trees, slithering over the road, a low-hanging shroud that swallowed the distant tree-lean hole. That is the evening breath. The store owner's voice cut through the twilight, startling me. He was standing in his doorway, watching the fog. Comes every night. Best to be inside when it does. The evening breath. I repeated, a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold running down my spine. He just grunted, then disappeared back into his store, leaving me alone with the encroaching mist. It was unlike any fog I would ever seen. It was not swirling or dissipating, it was moving, with a strange, almost organic purpose. It felt heavy, oppressive. I hurried back to my car, fueled it up, and then drove straight to the Oak Haven Inn. The motel room was exactly what you would expect: two lumpy beds, a flickering TV, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew. But it had a door that locked, and a window that overlooked the very edge of the forest. By the time I settled in, the fog had completely enveloped the town. It pressed against the window pane, a thick, milky white wall. I could not see anything beyond it, not even the outline of the trees. It was like being inside a giant cotton ball. That night, I did not sleep well. The fog seemed to amplify every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside. My mind, already a minefield of trauma, began to conjure shapes in the swirling mist beyond the window. Liam and Maya, their faces pale and lost, their tiny hands reaching out. The hollow man, a shadow with impossible limbs, lurking just beyond the veil. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the images, trying to convince myself it was just exhaustion, just my broken brain playing tricks. The next morning, the fog was gone, burned away by the rising sun. The world outside was crisp and clear, almost sparkling. It was hard to believe the eerie shroud of the night before had ever existed. I decided to stay a few days. My funds were low, but Oak Haven was cheap, and its remoteness appealed to the part of me that just wanted to disappear. Besides, the gas station owner had not charged me much for the gas. Maybe it was a sign, a place to regroup, maybe even to heal a little. I spent the next few days and a days wandering the quiet streets, trying to avoid eye contact with the few locals I saw. They were a peculiar bunch, polite but distant, their eyes often seeming to drift toward the forest, a strange, wistful look on their faces. I asked the motel owner, a kind but equally quiet woman named Martha, about the evening breath. "Oh, that is just how the forest is, dear," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "Always has been. Keeps the air clean, I suppose. And the nights peaceful. Peaceful. That was not the word I would use. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk. The forest in daylight looked less menacing, more inviting. The sun dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. I found a narrow path, barely visible, and followed it, needing to stretch my legs and clear my head. The air was cool, smelling of pine and damp earth. It was beautiful in a wild, untamed way. For a while, I almost forgot. Almost. As the sun began its descent, I realized I would walk much further than I intended. The path had become fainter, the trees denser. A sense of unease began to prickle at the back of my neck. I turned to head back, but the path I would followed seemed to have vanished. Every tree looked the same. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I was lost. And then, I felt it again. The subtle shift in the air, the drop in temperature. A faint, earthy smell, like wet leaves and something else, something deeper, older. The fog. It was starting to rise, seeping from the ground, exhaling from the very pores of the forest. It was not a gentle mist. This time it was a hungry, tendriling presence, reaching for me. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stumbled, tripping over roots, pushing through thick undergrowth, trying to find any sign of the path. The fog grew thicker with every step, swallowing the light, muffling the sounds. Soon, I could barely see my hand in front of my face. The trees became indistinct shapes, looming giants in the swirling white. A strange calm began to settle over me, despite the panic. It was a soft, insidious feeling, like a warm blanket being draped over my mind. My fears, the terror of being lost, the gnawing dread of the hollow man, all of it began to recede, replaced by a profound sense of peace. My muscles, which had been tight with tension, relaxed. A gentle hum filled my ears, a low, resonant frequency that seemed to emanate from the very air around me. It was alluring, inviting. I felt an urge to just stop, to lie down among the damp leaves, and let the fog embrace me, to let it carry me. Where? I did not know, and for some reason, I did not care. All the pain, all the grief, all the trauma, it felt like it was finally melting away. A blissful emptiness. But then a flicker, a tiny spark of resistance deep within me. Maybe it was the ingrained survival instinct, or maybe it was the memory of Liam and Maya, a sudden, sharp pang of loss cutting through the placid fog. This piece, it felt wrong. It felt like surrender. I had surrendered once before to the terror of the hollow man, and look what happened. I would not do it again. I forced my legs to move, one agonizing step after another. The hum grew louder, the piece more seductive, pulling at my will. It felt like wading through thick syrup, every movement a monumental effort. I could feel the fog on my skin, cool and damp, almost like a caress. It felt alive. It was breathing on me. No, I whispered, the word barely audible, a desperate plea to myself. No. I stumbled out of the thickest part of the fog and onto a slightly clearer patch of ground. In the dim light, I saw a faint, almost imperceptible glow. A house. A cabin. It was further than I wanted to walk, but it was something. I pushed through the last vestiges of the fog, my lungs burning, my head swimming. The trance was still tugging at me, a gentle hand on my shoulder, urging me back. I reached the cabin, a small, dilapidated structure, and collapsed onto its rickety porch. The air here was clearer, though the fog still swirled around the edges of the clearing. I took deep, shuddering breaths, trying to dislodge the lingering tendrils of peace from my mind. It was like shaking off a dream, a beautiful, terrifying dream. I spent the night huddled on that porch, too afraid to enter the dark cabin, too afraid to go back into the forest. The fog swirled and pressed, a silent, watchful presence. I heard faint sounds in the night, rustling leaves, the hoot of an owl, and once a low, drawn-out moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was not human. It was not animal. It was the forest, breathing. The next morning, exhausted and shaken, I found my way back to Oak Haven. The cabin I would found was just a few miles from the edge of town, and I would somehow stumbled upon a logging road that led directly back. Martha, the motel owner, looked at me with concern when I walked in. "You look like you have seen a ghost, dear," she said, handing me a fresh cup of coffee. "Worse," I mumbled, my voice hoarse. "Lost in the forest last night. The fog." Her eyes, usually gentle, hardened slightly. "You should not go into the woods after dark, especially when the breath starts. Not safe." "What is that fog?" "Martha," I pressed, ignoring her warning. "It is not just regular fog." It felt alive. "It makes you feel peaceful." Martha looked away, her gaze drifting towards the window, where the forest stood green and innocent in the morning sun. Some say the forest is old, very old, older than time, and it sleeps. The breath, it is just its way of exhaling. And when it exhales, it dreams. And sometimes it dreams of peace. She paused, then added, her voice barely audible. "And sometimes people do not wake up from those dreams." That sent a chill down my spine that even the hot coffee could not dispel. "What happens to them?" She just shook her head, her lips pressed into a thin line. "They go into the forest. They just walk in, and they do not come back." I could not shake the feeling that she knew more, that all the locals knew more, but they were bound by some unspoken pact of silence. Or perhaps they were just resigned. My curiosity and a morbid fascination began to outweigh my fear. I had to know, what was this forest? What was this trance? Was it connected to the kind of darkness I would experience with the Hollow Man? Or was this something entirely different? I spent the next few days in the small, dusty Oak Haven Library, which was really just a single room attached to the church. I sifted through old town records, local history books, and even a few yellowed newspaper clippings. Most of it was mundane, but I found whispers. An old journal, written by a former town elder from the late 1800s, spoke of the great slumber and the call of the woods. It described people, usually those who were already suffering, those lost in grief or despair, walking into the forest when the fog came. Their eyes were empty, the entry read, but their faces held a serenity that was both beautiful and terrifying. They followed a silent song, deep into the heart of the mother, never to return. The mother, the forest. It was not just breathing, it was calling. The next evening, I watched from my motel window as the breath began to rise again. This time, I was prepared. I had a powerful flashlight, a compass, and a small, sharp hunting knife I would bought from the general store, just in case. I was not going into the forest, not yet, but I needed to observe. I saw a figure emerge from one of the houses down the street. It was an elderly woman, Mrs. Gable, who sometimes helped Martha at the motel. She moved slowly, deliberately, her posture stiff, her head tilted slightly, as if listening to something only she could hear. Her eyes, even from a distance, seemed unfocused, vacant. She was walking towards the edge of the forest, directly into the swirling fog. "Mrs. Gable," I yelled, throwing open my window. My voice sounded thin and reedy against the lonely silence of fog. She did not respond, did not even flinch. She just kept walking, a slow, steady pace, disappearing into the white curtain of mist. A wave of fear, cold and pure, washed over me. This was not a legend, it was real. I had to do something. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, hesitated for a split second, then dashed out of my room. The air was already thick with the fog, the strange, earthy scent stronger now, the low hum beginning to resonate in my bones. I ran towards where I would last seen Mrs. Gable, calling her name again, my voice trembling. The trance was already working on me, the seductive piece trying to wrap around my mind. Just stop. Just let go. It is so much easier. "No," I shouted, pushing through the mental fog, forcing myself to focus. I could feel the pull, the gentle insistence, tugging me deeper into the woods, towards the source of the hum. I saw Mrs. Gable, a shadowy figure, just ahead. She was almost at the tree-line. I reached her, grabbing her arm. Her skin was cold, her muscles stiff. Her eyes were wide, staring blankly ahead, reflecting the milky white of the fog. There was no recognition, no emotion, just that serene, vacant look. Mrs. Gable, you have to come back. I pleaded, shaking her gently. It is not safe. She did not react. She tried to pull away, her movement slow, but surprisingly strong, her focus unwavering towards the forest. It was like trying to stop a sleepwalker, but worse. This was not sleep. It was something else. The hum intensified, vibrating through my chest. The peace was overwhelming now, threatening to drown out my will. My grip on Mrs. Gable's arm began to slacken. Just let her go. Let yourself go. It is all okay. I could almost hear the words whispered directly into my mind. I closed my eyes, fighting it. I thought of Liam and Maya, their faces distorted by the hollow man shadow, their screams echoing in the cursed forest. That was the real horror. This was different, but no less terrifying. It was a beautiful death, a peaceful oblivion, but it was still death. I would not let it take me. I would not let it take Mrs. Gable. With a surge of adrenaline, I pulled Mrs. Gable back, dragging her away from the tree-line, away from the hum, away from the seductive peace. She stumbled, but I held her tight, half carrying, half dragging her back toward the motel. The fog resisted, swirling around us, trying to envelop us, to pull us back. It felt like walking through treacle, the air thick with its presence. I finally managed to get her back to her house, which was closer than the motel. I wrestled her inside, locking the door behind us. The trance seemed to break as soon as we were out of the densest fog, away from the direct influence of the forest. Mrs. Gable blinked, her eyes slowly focusing. She looked around, confused, then at me. What happened? She whispered, her voice weak. I do not remember much. Just a feeling, a beautiful dream, she shuddered, then looked at me with dawning horror. Did I go into the woods again? Again? I asked, my voice barely a gasp. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. It happens sometimes. To some of us. The ones who are vulnerable. The forest, it calls to us. It tries to take us. Why did not you tell me? I asked, my voice accusatory. Who would believe us? Child, she said, her voice full of despair. They would say we are crazy. And besides, it is not always easy to fight. Sometimes you just want to go. Her eyes drifted towards the window, where the fog still pressed. The peace, it is so tempting. I stayed with her for a while, making sure she was okay, trying to process what had just happened. The trance was real. The forest was real. And it was actively trying to lure people to their deaths. The next day, I knew I could not stay in Oakhaven, but I also knew I could not just leave, not without trying to understand. This was not just about me anymore. It was about Liam and Maya, too, about the things that lurked in the dark places of the world. I would not run from this one, not entirely. I went back to the library, but this time, I focused my search on anything related to ancient trees, sentient forests, or folklore about nature spirits. I found a few obscure references to Old Mother Grove, a pre-colonial legend of a vast, ancient forest that was said to be a single living entity. It was said to have a consciousness, a will, and a deep, abiding hunger. It did not consume flesh, the legend said, but rather consciousness. It absorbed minds, adding them to its own vast, dreaming network. The peace was the feeling of merging, of becoming one with the grove. It was a horror far more insidious than the Hollow Man. The hollow man took bodies, leaving behind shattered minds. The grove took minds, leaving behind empty bodies that dissolved into the earth, feeding the very roots that had called them. That night, I did not wait for the fog to come to me. I decided to go to it. I had a theory, a desperate, half-formed idea. If the forest was a single entity, if it was dreaming, maybe there was a way to disrupt it. Or at least to find its heart. Armed with my flashlight, knife, a backpack full of supplies, water, energy bars, a spare battery for the light, and a desperate resolve. I walked back towards the logging road. The sun was setting, and the first tendrils of the breath were already curling from the tree-line. As I entered the forest, the hum started immediately, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in my chest. The peace, that seductive lull, tried to seep into my mind, but I fought it. I focused on the cold, hard facts Liam. Maya the hollow man. The searing pain of loss was a shield, a wall against the blissful oblivion the forest offered. I would not forget them, not even for a moment of peace. I followed the logging road deeper, my flashlight beam cutting a tunnel through the thickening fog. The trees here were ancient, their trunks impossibly wide, their branches gnarled and twisted like arthritic hands. Moss hung in shrouds from them, and the ground was a carpet of damp, decaying leaves. It felt like walking through a cathedral built for a forgotten god. The hum grew louder, more insistent. It felt like a song, a siren's call, pulling me deeper. I saw shapes in the fog, fleeting, indistinct forms that seemed to beckon me. Were they illusions? Or were they the absorbed minds, the collective consciousness of the grove, trying to draw me in? After what felt like hours, I came to a clearing. It was not natural. The trees here were even older, forming a vast, circular enclosure. And in the center stood a single, colossal tree. It was enormous, its trunk wider than a small house, its branches reaching into the sky like colossal arms. Its bark was scarred and ancient, a road map of centuries. And from its base, from its very roots, the fog was exhaling thick and heavy, like smoke from an ancient chimney. This was it, the heart of the grove, the source of the breath. The hum here was deafening, vibrating through my entire body. The peace was almost unbearable, a wave of pure, blissful calm that threatened to wash away every shred of my identity. I could feel my memories beginning to fray, my resolve weakening. It was like standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, and the abyss was inviting me to jump, promising eternal rest. But then, I saw something else. On the ground around the colossal tree, half buried in the damp earth and moss, were skeletal remains. Not just bones, but fragments of clothing, rusted jewelry, faded photographs. These were the ones who had succumbed, the ones who had walked into the dream and never woken up. Their minds absorbed, their bodies left to decay, feeding the very entity that had taken them. And among them, a small, faded locket. It looked familiar. My heart seized in my chest. I knelt, my hands trembling, and dug it out. It was Maya's, the one I would given her for her 7th birthday, with a tiny engraving on the back, my little star. A sob tore through me, shattering the fragile peace the forest had tried to impose. The pain, the grief, the absolute, crushing agony of loss roared back. It was a searing inferno, burning away the seductive calm. The hum faltered, as if surprised by the raw, untamed emotion. You took them. I screamed, my voice hoarse, echoing in the fog-shrouded clearing. You took them, just like the hollow man. You take and you take. I stood up, the locket clutched in my hand, my body shaking with rage and sorrow. I looked at the colossal tree, its ancient, silent presence radiating that insidious peace. It was not just a tree, it was a monster, a silent, dreaming god that fed on despair and offered oblivion as a cruel mercy. I pulled out my knife. It felt small, insignificant against the vastness of the grove. But it was all I had. I did not know what I was going to do. Stab the tree. It was absurd, but I had to do something. I could not just stand there and let it win, let it have the last word. As I took a step towards the tree, a new sound cut through the hum. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very air around me. The fog swirled violently, forming indistinct shapes, like eyes watching me from the depths of the white. And then a figure emerged from the thickest part of the fog, just beyond the colossal tree. It was not human. It was tall and possibly thin, its limbs long and spindly. Its skin was like bark, its eyes glowing with a faint green light. It was a guardian, an extension of the grove itself. My blood ran cold. This was not just a trance-inducing forest. It was an active, malevolent entity capable of defending itself. The Hollow Man had been a nightmare of shadow and teeth. This was a nightmare of silent, ancient power. The creature moved, not walking, but flowing, like a ripple in the fog, towards me. The hum intensified, but now it was laced with a chilling undercurrent of warning, of threat. The peace was gone, replaced by a cold, primal terror. I turned and ran. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the colossal tree, away from the guardian, away from the seductive, deadly breath. The fog seemed to press in on me, trying to trip me, to slow me down. The hum was a cacophony of whispers in my ears, urging me to stop, to surrender. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they would give out. I could feel the creature behind me, not chasing me with speed, but with an inexorable, silent presence. It was like the forest itself was pursuing me. I burst out of the tree line, stumbling onto the logging road again, the faint light of dawn just beginning to break through the distant clouds. The fog was still thick, but less oppressive here. I did not stop. I ran down the road, back towards Oak Haven. The image of the colossal tree and the guardian burned into my mind. I did not look back. I did not dare. I reached my car, threw my backpack in, and fumbled with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered, then caught. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped out of Oak Haven, not caring where I was going, just away. As I drove, the sun rose higher, burning away the last vestiges of the fog. The forest, now a distant green wall, looked innocent and harmless in the morning light. But I knew its secret. I knew its breath. I drove, for days, weeks again, the terror of Oak Haven and the breathing forest layered on top of the trauma of the Hollow Man. My mind was a battlefield, a constant struggle against the memories, against the whispers of peace that still tried to creep in, a lingering echo of the grove's call. I clutched Maya's locket in my hand, a cold, hard reminder of what I had lost and what I had fought to keep. The road stretched out before me, an endless ribbon. But now every patch of woods I passed, every wisp of morning mist, filled me with a fresh, cold dread. I knew there were horrors in the world that did not just chase you with claws and teeth. Some horrors whispered promises of peace, of oblivion, and lured you into their embrace. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that somewhere out there, the forest was still breathing, still dreaming, and still calling. And I wondered sometimes if I would ever truly be able to stop running from its silent, seductive song. The memory of Pine Ridge was a brand, seared onto my soul. It was not just a bad camping trip. It was the night my reality fractured. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him the void where a face should be, the sickly green pinpricks that were his eyes, the oppressive, unnatural cold that seemed to emanate from his very being. And that laugh dry, rustling, full of a hunger so ancient it made my bones ache. "Alex," he would whisper. You lit the way, and the final, chilling promise as I sped away, heart hammering against my ribs, see you again. I would sold all my camping gear, the very sight of it making my stomach churn. The tent, the stove, the sleeping bag, symbols of a life I could no longer inhabit. Solitude, once my greatest comfort, had become my worst enemy. I could not be alone without feeling his presence, a cold shadow just beyond the periphery of my vision. I could not be in the dark without those green eyes burning into my mind. I could not even light a candle without a fresh wave of panic, convinced I was once again lighting the way for him. My apartment in the city became a cage. The sounds of traffic, the distant sirens, the chatter of neighbors they were supposed to be comforting, a reminder of human presence. But all I felt was a suffocating dread, a certainty that he was out there, somewhere, waiting to make good on his promise. Sleep was a luxury I rarely afforded myself, haunted by nightmares that were less dreams and more replays of that night, each one ending with his whisper, closer and closer. I tried therapy, of course. The blank stares, the gentle suggestions of PTSD, the prescriptions for anti-anxiety meds that just made me feel foggy and distant, but did nothing to quell the terror. How do you explain a featureless void man drawn by a campfire? How do you describe a being that absorbs light and radiates malevolence without sounding completely insane? I stopped going. The city, once a refuge, now felt like a trap. Every face in a crowd seemed to twist. Every shadow seemed to deepen. I started seeing things, fleeting glimpses of a deeper black in the corner of my eye, a sudden drop in temperature in a crowded room, the faint, rustling echo of a laugh carried on a phantom breeze. I knew I was teetering on the edge, losing my grip. I needed to get away, not from people, but from the memories that clung to every street corner, every park, every place I used to find comfort. I packed what little I had left clothes, some non-perishable food, my laptop, and a new, powerful LED flashlight that I kept clipped to my belt at all times. I drove west aimlessly at first, then found myself drawn to the coast. Not a bustling beach town, but a quieter, more isolated stretch of shoreline I would seen on a map. A place called Blackwood Cove. It was known for its rugged cliffs, dense evergreen forests that met the sea, and crucially, its frequent fogs. Ironic. I know. I was running from the darkness, only to seek out a place perpetually shrouded in gloom. But perhaps the fog, the constant obscuring of the horizon, would hide me. Or maybe, I thought with a grim humor, it would hide him. Blackwood Cove was exactly as advertised. A tiny village nestled between towering, mist-shrouded pines and the churning gray of the Pacific. The air was perpetually damp and smelled of salt and pine needles. The houses were old, weathered, their paint peeling, their windows often dark. The few locals I encountered at the general store eyed me with a mixture of suspicion and weary resignation, as if new faces were a rare, but not necessarily welcome, occurrence. I rented a small, dilapidated cabin on the outskirts of town, perched on a rise overlooking a particularly rocky stretch of coastline. It was cheap, isolated, and most importantly, it had thick walls. For the first few weeks, I felt a fragile sense of peace. The constant rush of the waves, the mournful cry of gulls, the sheer, indifferent vastness of the ocean, it was a different kind of wild, a different kind of solitude. It was not the deep, dark woods that had betrayed me. Here, the wilderness felt more natural, less prone to unnatural horrors. But then the fog came. It was not just a morning mist, it was a living, breathing entity that rolled in from the ocean, swallowing the cliffs, the trees, the very air. It descended suddenly, silently, turning the world into a canvas of shifting gray and white. Visibility would drop to mere feet, and the sound of the waves would become muffled, distant, as if the world beyond the cabin had ceased to exist. It was during one of these particularly dense fogs, about a month after I had moved in, that I saw them for the first time. I was sitting by the window, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, trying to read a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the swirling gray outside. The cabin felt like a boat adrift in an endless sea of mist. That is when I noticed it. A faint, yellowish glow deep within the fog, maybe a quarter-mile out, towards the coastline. It pulsed softly, like a distant, old-fashioned lantern. My first thought was a fishing boat, But the light was too low, too steady, and it seemed to be in the fog, not cutting through it. It drifted slowly, almost lazily, then vanished as quickly as it appeared. I dismissed it. Old lighthouses, maybe, or a trick of the light, refracted through the dense moisture. My mind was playing tricks on me, still reeling from Pine Ridge. But then I saw another one, a few nights later, closer this time. And then another, and another. Not always in the same spot, not always alone. Sometimes they would appear in pairs, or even small clusters of 3 or 4, drifting silently through the swirling mist. They were not bright, piercing lights, but rather soft, warm glows, like ancient fireflies or lanterns carried by invisible hands. They had an almost hypnotic quality, a gentle, beckoning light in the vast, gray emptiness. I started watching for them. My paranoia, which had begun to subside, slowly reignited, focusing now on these strange phenomena. They did not feel malevolent, not like him. They felt curious. Or perhaps, I thought with a shiver, they felt hungry in a different way. I tried asking around town. The old man who ran the general store, a grizzled fellow named Silas with eyes that seemed to have seen too much, just grunted and said, "The lights. Aye, they come with the fog. Best not to pay 'em no mind, boy. They ain't for us." His words, rather than reassuring me, only deepened the mystery. "What are they?" I pressed. Silas just shook his head, looking out at the perpetually gray sky. "Just lights. Been here longer than any of us. Some folks, they say they are spirits of lost sailors. Some say they are something else entirely. Whatever they are, they do not like being followed. And they do not like being found." I did not press further. Silas's warning, delivered with such a quiet certainty, resonated with the deep-seated fear I already carried. But the more he warned me, the more I found myself drawn to them. It was a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand something in this new, unsettling chapter of my life. The Void Man had shattered my world. Maybe these lights held a new piece of the puzzle, or a different kind of terror that would at least distract me from the old one. I started keeping a log. Dates, times, locations, how many lights I saw. They mostly appeared after dusk, when the fog was at its thickest. They seemed to prefer the areas closer to the cliffs, where the land was steepest and most treacherous. And they always drifted, never staying still, always moving further out or deeper into the surrounding forest that hugged the coastline. One particularly eerie night, the fog was so thick I could not see my hand in front of my face from the porch. The air was heavy, damp, and utterly silent, save for the distant, muffled moan of a foghorn. And then, there they were, closer than ever before. 2 lights, bobbing gently, maybe 50 yards from my cabin, just beyond the edge of my property line, where the forest began its descent toward the cliffs. Their glow was soft, inviting, a warm amber that seemed to cut through the oppressive gray. They drifted slowly, almost like they were beckoning me. My heart began to pound. This was not just a phenomenon anymore. This felt personal. They were here. They knew I was here. A new kind of dread began to creep in. Was this the "see you again" from Pine Ridge? Was this him manifesting in a new form, a new lure? The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. The lights were not green, not like his eyes, but they were certainly unnatural. And they were here at my doorstep. I grabbed my powerful LED flashlight, the one I now considered my only real defense against the dark. My hand trembled as I clicked it on, sending a beam slicing through the dense fog. The 2 lights paused, as if startled by the sudden intrusion. Then, slowly, they began to drift away, deeper into the trees. A primal urge, a reckless, desperate need for answers, seized me. I had to know. I could not live with this constant uncertainty, this new layer of fear piled on top of the old. I had to see where they led. Against every shred of common sense, against Silas's warning, I stepped off the porch and into the swirling abyss. The fog immediately swallowed me whole. My flashlight beam was a weak spear in the overwhelming whiteness, barely illuminating more than a few feet in front of me. The ground was uneven, covered in damp pine needles and slick roots. I could hear the distant roar of the ocean, a low growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The two lights were just ahead, always just out of reach. They maintained a consistent distance, like two silent guides leading me deeper into the unknown. They never sped up, never slowed down, just drifted with an unnerving grace. The air grew colder, heavier. The smell of pine became stronger, mixed with the damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. My breath plumed in front of me. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I was acutely aware of my isolation, of how utterly alone I was in this suffocating gray world. I kept my eyes fixed on the lights, my only anchors in the shapeless void. They led me down a winding, barely discernible path, deeper into the dense coastal forest. The ground became steeper, the trees grew thicker, their branches dripping with moisture. I could feel the presence of the cliffs nearby, a sheer drop waiting to swallow anyone who strayed too close. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, the light stopped. They hovered side by side, their amber glow illuminating a small clearing. The trees here were particularly gnarled, their roots snaking across the ground like ancient serpents. And in the center of the clearing, partially obscured by a thicket of thorny bushes, was a patch of disturbed earth. It was not a natural disturbance. The soil was loose, freshly turned, dark against the damp leaves. There was a crude, uneven mound, barely rising above the surrounding ground. And sticking out of the mound, half buried, was a small, tattered piece of fabric. It looked like a faded scrap of denim. A cold dread, far deeper than the ambient chill, settled over me. This was not a grave, not in the traditional sense. It was a shallow grave. I shone my flashlight on it, the beam cutting harshly through the gentle glow of the drifting lights. As soon as my light touched the mound, the two amber lights pulsed once, then slowly, silently, began to recede. They drifted back the way we had come, disappearing into the fog, as if they had merely fulfilled their purpose. I was left alone in the clearing, the only light now my harsh lead beam, illuminating the fresh earth and the scrap of denim. A wave of nausea washed over me. I did not need to dig to know what lay beneath. The metallic, sweet smell in the air suddenly made sense. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the mound. My mind raced, trying to process what I had seen. The lights, they led people to this. Or did they just mark the spot? Silas's words echoed, "They do not like being followed, and they do not like being found." But I had followed them, and I had found something terrible. I stumbled back through the fog, my heart pounding, my breath ragged. Every rustle was a person, every shadow a lurking threat. I did not stop until I burst through the tree line and onto my small porch, slamming the cabin door shut and locking it with trembling hands. I spent the rest of the night huddled in a corner, my flashlight clutched in my hand, staring at the windows, convinced I would see the amber lights again, or worse, the featureless void man, his green eyes burning through the glass. The next few days were a blur of sleeplessness and escalating paranoia. The image of the shallow grave, the scrap of denim, haunted me. I tried to convince myself it was an animal, a deer perhaps, buried by some other creature. But the shape, the specific way the earth was disturbed, screamed human. I tried researching local disappearances, but Blackwood Cove was so isolated, so small, that official records were scarce. There were whispers, though, at the general store, if you listened closely enough. Tales of folks who went out in the fog and never came back. Hikers, fishermen, even a few locals. Always in the fog. Always without a trace. I started seeing the lights more frequently and closer to the cabin. They seemed to linger, sometimes just beyond the tree line, sometimes bobbing gently over the ocean in front of my windows. They felt like a constant presence now, a silent, patient watch. They were not just guiding, they were waiting. My mind, already frayed by the Pine Ridge incident, began to unravel further. I stopped eating properly, surviving on coffee and what little processed food I had. I paced my cabin relentlessly, trying to find a pattern, a meaning, anything to make sense of this new horror. Was this connected to him? Was this his way of seeing me again? Or was this a different entity, drawn to my vulnerability, to the fear I radiated like a beacon? One evening, the fog rolled in with a vengeance. It was the thickest I had ever seen it, a suffocating blanket that pressed against the cabin walls. The world outside was an absolute whiteout. And then the lights appeared. Not just 2 or 3, dozens of them. They surrounded the cabin, a silent, glowing ring in the impenetrable mist. They bobbed and pulsed, a soft, ethereal dance. Their warmth, once almost inviting, now felt oppressive, like a suffocating blanket of dread. They were closing in. I backed away from the window, my breath catching in my throat. This was it. They were not just showing me things anymore. They were coming for me. A cold, insistent pull began in my chest, a terrible urge to go outside, to join their silent dance. It was like a physical tether, drawing me towards the door. My legs felt heavy, yet compelled to move. I fought it, pressing myself against the wall, digging my nails into the wood. No, not again. I will not light the way. But the pull was too strong. It was an ancient, irresistible force, and I was just a human, weakened by months of terror and sleepless nights. My hand reached for the doorknob, turning it slowly. The door creaked open, revealing the swirling, glowing void outside. The lights seemed to brighten, pulsing with a silent, expectant energy. They were everywhere, surrounding the cabin, forming a path, a glowing corridor leading directly into the heart of the forest. And at the end of that corridor, a single, particularly bright amber light pulsed, beckoning me. I stepped out onto the porch, my eyes fixed on that lead light. The cold, damp air hit me, chilling me to the bone, but I barely registered it. My focus was entirely on the lights, on the path they laid out. They were guiding me, not just tempting. They were directing me with an undeniable, silent authority. My feet moved on their own, carrying me off the porch, down the steps, and onto the path of glowing orbs. The fog closed in behind me, erasing the cabin from existence. I was in a tunnel of light and mist, moving deeper and deeper into the forest. The journey was longer this time, more deliberate. The lights led me around gnarled trees, over treacherous roots, always maintaining their perfect distance, always just ahead. The air grew colder, the metallic, sweet smell from before grew stronger. I knew where they were leading me. I knew, and I could not stop. Finally, the lead light stopped. I found myself in a clearing, larger than the first one. The fog here was particularly thick, swirling around me like a living thing, and scattered across the clearing in a haphazard, disturbing pattern were dozens of shallow graves. Small mounds of freshly turned earth, some barely discernible from the surrounding ground, others more pronounced. A few had crude markers, a broken branch, a smooth stone, a faded scarf tied to a sapling. And sticking out of one, I saw a child's shoe. Another had a glint of something metallic, a ring. My eyes widened in horror. This was not just a grave. This was a burial ground, a dumping ground. The lights were not just marking a single spot, they were marking all the spots. And they had brought me here. The drifting lights, which had led me, now began to converge. They did not just dim, they actively moved towards the center of the clearing, slowly coalescing, like droplets of mercury drawn to a single point. The fog itself seemed to thicken and swirl around their merging forms, becoming denser, darker. The amber glow intensified for a moment, then began to shift. The warm yellow faded, replaced by a sickly, pulsing green. The light became brighter, more focused, more intense. It was a single malevolent green light, burning in the heart of the swirling fog. The fog around it began to take shape. It elongated, stretched upwards, forming an indistinct, humanoid silhouette. The green light became two pinpricks, burning holes in the featureless gray form. My blood ran cold. The air temperature plummeted, and a wave of absolute, soul-crushing dread washed over me. I knew those eyes. I knew that shape. A dry, rustling laugh, full of hunger and mockery, echoed through the clearing, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was the same laugh that had haunted my nightmares, the same laugh that had driven me from Pine Ridge, from the city, and now to this place. The void man stepped forward, emerging from the coalesced lights and fog. His face was a featureless void, a deeper black against the gray world. Only his eyes, those two burning green pinpricks, gave him any definition. He glided towards me, slowly, inexorably. The fog lights, now fully absorbed into him, had delivered me. Alex, his whisper rustled, dry as dead leaves. It seemed to come from inside my head, yet vibrated in the very air around me. You followed the way. He paused closer now, his unnatural cold radiating outwards, freezing the blood in my veins. The green eyes seemed to bore into my very soul, ancient and endlessly patient. Then his voice, a horrifying crescendo of whispers, chilling me to the core. You found your place. He raised a hand, not a hand of flesh, but of shifting shadow and coalesced mist. It reached out towards me, towards my face. I could not move, could not scream, could not even breathe. My terror was absolute, paralyzing. The last thing I saw before the void consumed me was the reflection of those two sickly green eyes, burning in the hollow depths of my own as the fog embraced me and the shallow graves of Blackwood Cove welcomed their newest inhabitant. I had lit the way, and now I was home. The sickly green glow pulsed from the gnarled oak, a beacon in the suffocating fog. It was not the welcoming warmth of a campfire, but something cold, almost phosphorescent, like a deep sea creature. I broke through the final tendrils of the evening breath mist, my spectral form passing through the damp air as easily as thought. The clearing was small, choked with undergrowth that seemed to shrink away from the oak's roots. And there they were, a man, his face a mask of exhaustion and pain, leaning heavily against a fallen log, his ankle clearly swollen and twisted at an unnatural angle. His son, a boy no older than Liam, huddled against him, shivering violently despite the relative stillness of the air. Tommy, Daddy, I am cold. Tommy whimpered, his voice thin and reedy. And the whispers, they are getting louder. The man, David, pulled the boy closer, his gaze sweeping the encroaching darkness beyond the green glow. It is just the wind, son, and we will get a fire going soon. Just hold on. My heart, or what was left of it, ached. Liam, Maya. Their names were a constant thrum beneath my terror, a reminder of what I had lost, what I had failed to protect. And here, another father, another son, teetering on the precipice of the same abyss. I was a wisp, a ghost, a terrified observer, yet the instinct to shield, to warn, was still fiercely alive within me. David fumbled in his backpack, pulling out a small, well-worn hatchet. His movements were slow, pained. He looked at the gnarled oak, then at the surrounding darkness. The other trees were too far, too dense, their branches too high. The oak, ancient and twisted, offered a few lower limbs, thick and dark, but seemingly dead. Desperation etched itself deeper onto his face. Just a few branches. Tommy, get us some warmth. His voice was raspy, forced. He limped toward the tree, favoring his bad leg, his eyes fixed on a thick, low-hanging branch that seemed to beckon in the eerie light. The green glow intensified around the trunk, making the bark look like disease skin. I felt a profound sense of wrongness, a warning that screamed louder than any whisper Tommy could hear. This tree, it was different. David raised the hatchet, the dull blade glinting briefly in the sickly light. He aimed for a spot where the branch met the trunk, a thick, gnarled knot. The first blow was hesitant, weak. The sound it made was not the sharp crack of wood, but a sickening thud, a dull thwack that seemed to resonate with a deeper, more organic sound. And then it happened. From the wound, thick and viscous, a dark liquid began to ooze. It was not sap. It was not amber or clear or sticky. It was a deep, rusty crimson, almost black in the dim light, but undeniably blood. It pulsed, a slow, deliberate rhythm, as if the tree itself had a beating heart. The metallic tang hit me even as a spirit, a phantom memory of iron and something else, something ancient and putrid. David gasped, stumbling back, his twisted ankle giving way. He cried out, not from the pain of the fall, but from sheer horror. His eyes were wide, fixed on the spreading stain. "Daddy, what is that?" Tommy shrieked, scrambling to his father's side, his small hands clutching David's arm. The blood continued to flow, sluggishly at first, then with increasing volume. It was not just dripping, it was weeping, seeping, rolling down the furrowed bark like thick, dark syrup. It pooled at the base of the tree, reflecting the green glow with a disturbing internal luminescence. The smell intensified, a coppery, earthy stench that was both familiar and utterly alien. It smelled of life, yes, but also of something terribly wrong, something that had been alive for far too long, in a way it should not be. David scrambled backward, dragging Tommy with him, until they were huddled against the fallen log again, as far from the bleeding tree as the small clearing allowed. His face was ashen, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It is not wood," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "It is like flesh." I watched, helpless. The blood spread, slow and inexorable, across the mossy ground. It seemed to steam faintly, a ghostly vapor rising from its surface. The sickly green glow from the oak throbbed in time with the oozing, as if the tree was in agony or perhaps in a strange, terrible ecstasy. The whispers Tommy had spoken of earlier began to intensify. I heard them now not as distinct words, but as a cacophony of soft, sibilant sounds, 1,000 tiny voices murmuring just beyond the edge of perception. They seemed to emanate from the blood itself, a low, hypnotic hum that promised oblivion, a terrifying peace. The same peace the hollow man had offered, the same torment. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic scent and a new, cloying sweetness. It was a smell that drew me in even as it repulsed me. A primal, instinctual part of me recognized it, a deep, forgotten memory stirring from my own human past. This was not just blood. It was an offering, a summons, and something was answering. From the periphery of the clearing, where the evening breath fog still clung like pallid shrouds, the shadows began to deepen, to coil. It was not just the absence of light, it was a presence, a weight that pressed down on the air, making it hard to breathe, even for a ghost. Tommy whimpered again, burying his face in David's side. "Daddy, I do not like it. It is watching us." David, trying to be brave, tried to scan the darkness, but his eyes were wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Nothing's watching us, son. It is just the trees. The fog." His voice lacked conviction. He knew. He felt it too. The rustling started then, a dry, papery sound, like something ancient stirring from a long slumber. It came from all around, a chorus of subtle movements in the dense undergrowth. Twigs snapped not sharply, but with a deliberate, almost cautious crunch. Heavy breathing, a low, guttural exhalation, seemed to vibrate in the very air. It was too deep, too slow to be an animal. The blood at the base of the oak had formed a considerable pool now, reflecting the green glow like a malformed, pulsing heart. It seemed to draw the darkness to it, to pull it closer. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into a single, insistent drone that promised not comfort, but consumption. I saw it first, a faint shifting in the absolute blackness between two massive pines at the edge of the clearing. A shadow detached itself from the deeper shadows, moving with an unnatural fluidity. It was not a solid form, not at first. It was more like a ripple in the fabric of reality, a distortion of the air itself, darker than the night. It moved closer, drawn by the scent, by the sick green glow, by the terror radiating from David and Tommy. As it entered the fainter light of the clearing, I could begin to discern its shape or lack thereof. It was amorphous, a shifting mass of deepest shadow, constantly reforming, like smoke given malevolent will. But within its depths, I could make out hints of form, too many limbs, too many angles, fleeting glimpses of something like an elongated head or a gaping maw that was never quite still. It was the hungry thing, the thing that took the lost hunters, the thing the blood called. It approached the bleeding tree, moving with a predatory slowness that made my spectral essence shiver. It seemed to drink in the aroma of the blood, its form momentarily solidifying, becoming denser, darker. It paused beside the oozing wound, and then, with a horrifying grace, it lowered itself. It was not a mouth that touched the tree, but a part of its shifting mass, like a viscous tendril of shadow. And it began to feed. The blood, which had been flowing steadily, now seemed to surge, almost as if the tree was actively offering itself, spurting its life force into the waiting entity. A low, guttural hum emanated from the creature, a sound of profound satisfaction. As it drank, its form grew, becoming more defined, more substantial. I could see eyes now, or what looked like eyes, pinpricks of glowing red deep within its shifting darkness. David watched, transfixed by horror, his arm clamped around Tommy, whose whimpers had escalated into choke sobs. He had seen it too. He knew. "Stay behind me, son." David choked out, his voice trembling. He held the hatchet not as a weapon, but as a pitiful symbol of defiance. What could a dull blade do against something made of shadow and hunger? The creature, having seemingly sated its initial thirst from the tree, now turned its attention to David and Tommy. Its form solidified further, taking on a more discernible, though still utterly alien, shape. It was tall, impossibly so, looming over the clearing. Its limbs were too long, its body too gaunt, a skeletal frame draped in living shadow. The red pinprick eyes glowed with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. It spoke then not with a voice, but with a chorus of the whispers Tommy had heard, now clear and resonant in my spectral perception, though likely still a maddening, indistinct drone to David. Peace, quiet, rest, the whispers slithered, beckoning, promising the same false solace the hollow man had offered. Come join the forest forever. David stumbled to his feet, pulling Tommy up with him. He tried to move, to run, but his twisted ankle screamed in protest. He could only shuffle backward, his eyes locked on the creature. The creature took a step, then another. Its movements were too fluid, too silent for something so large. Each step brought it closer, shrinking the already small clearing. The sickly green glow of the oak pulsed erratically, as if in distress or perhaps in anticipation. The blood continued to flow, a river of life force feeding the impending doom. "Get away from us!" David roared, a desperate, futile cry. He raised the hatchet, a pathetic gesture against the encroaching shadow. The creature paused, its head tilting, a movement that was both curious and utterly terrifying. One of its shadowy limbs extended, not quite touching the ground, but hovering, reaching towards Tommy. The whispers intensified, now laced with a predatory eagerness. Little one's soft warm. Terror, cold and absolute, gripped me. I had to do something. Anything. But what? I was a ghost, a memory. I could not touch, could not speak, could not fight. My children. Liam and Maya flashed before my eyes, their faces accusing, their cries echoing the boy's terror. I could not let this happen again. I could not just watch. I focused every ounce of my spectral will, every fragment of my desperate hope. I tried to push, to scream, to manifest. The air around me grew impossibly cold, a sudden drop in temperature that made David shiver violently, snapping his gaze to my direction for a fleeting second. He looked right through me, of course, but the cold had registered. It was a tiny, insignificant thing, a mere ripple in the grand scheme of things, but it was something. It bought them a fraction of a second. David, jolted by the sudden chill, reacted. He saw the creature's shadowy limb reaching, and with a guttural roar, he swung the hatchet. It was a wild, desperate blow, aimed at nothing solid, but born of a father's primal need to protect. The hatchet passed through the creature's limb, but a faint, shimmering ripple spread through the shadow stuff. A sound, like tearing cloth or dry leaves scuttling across stone, emanated from the creature. It recoiled slightly, its red eyes narrowing. It was not hurt, but it was surprised, annoyed. This was my chance. I focused again, pouring all my anguish, all my rage, all my love for Liam and Maya into a single desperate effort. The cold intensified, radiating outwards from me, reaching the bleeding tree itself. The sickly green glow flickered, dimmed. The blood flow seemed to hesitate, to slow. The creature let out a sound, a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the ground. It turned its attention from David and Tommy, its red eyes sweeping the clearing, searching for the source of the unexpected interference. It sensed me. It sensed the disruption. This was my only weapon, my incorporeal presence, my desperate will to protect. I would not let them become lost hunters, not like the others, not like me. David, seizing the moment of distraction, shoved Tommy hard. Run, Tommy, run. Do not look back. Tommy, stunned and terrified, hesitated for a second, then stumbled. The creature, sensing its prey attempting to escape, let out another guttural roar, its form elongating, stretching towards the fleeing boy. But I was still there, a freezing point in the suffocating dread. I threw myself, or what passed for myself, between the boy and the creature. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, a sudden, blinding flash of spectral energy that momentarily distorted the creature's form, making it writhe. It was a desperate, suicidal act for a being that could not die. It was pure, raw emotion, a shield forged of despair and love. The creature shrieked, a sound like 1,000 whispers screaming in unison, a sound that tore through the very fabric of the forest. It recoiled fully, its form shrinking, condensing, its red eyes burning with furious frustration. It hated the interference. It hated the cold, the absence of its desired prey. David, meanwhile, had fallen, his ankle giving out completely. But he watched Tommy, watched his son disappear into the fog, a tiny, fading figure swallowed by the mist. He had done it. He had bought his son time. The creature, its form still agitated, its whispers now a furious hiss, turned its full attention back to David. The temporary distraction, the fleeting shield I had provided, was gone. It had sensed my presence, my resistance, but it was a minor annoyance, not a true threat. Its hunger was still immense, and one prey was still within its grasp. The bleeding tree pulsed with renewed vigor, its green glow intensifying to a blinding flash. The blood surged, forming tendrils that seemed to reach out, to beckon. The creature lunged, a silent, terrifying blur of shadow. David did not scream. He did not fight. He simply looked towards where Tommy had vanished, a flicker of fierce love and desperate hope in his eyes, before the shadow consumed him. There was no sound, no struggle, no body. Just a sudden, sharp intake of air, a final, choked gasp that echoed only in my spectral hearing. Then, silence. The clearing was empty. David was gone. Another lost hunter. The creature, its form now larger, denser, its red eyes glowing with a dark satisfaction, turned its gaze to the bleeding tree. It seemed to merge with the trunk, its shadowy essence seeping into the gnarled bark. The green glow around the tree flared one last time, then slowly, gradually, began to dim. The blood flow slowed, then stopped. The wound on the bark sealed itself, leaving only a faint, dark scar. The whispers faded, replaced by the pervasive, heavy silence of the forest. The evening breath fog, which had momentarily receded, now began to creep back in, reclaiming the clearing, swallowing the last vestiges of the sickly green glow. I was alone again, more alone than before. I was a witness, a ghost condemned to watch, to remember. The names of Liam and Maya whispered on the spectral wind, joining the chorus of the forgotten, the lost, the consumed. Tommy, I did not know if he would make it. He was a small boy lost in a vast, merciless forest, with whispers in his ears and the memory of a bleeding tree and a vanishing father. But he had run. He had escaped, at least for now. A flicker of hope, a tiny, fragile spark in the overwhelming darkness. I drifted towards the bleeding tree, now just a gnarled oak again, its bark dark and seamless. But I knew its secret. I knew what it held. It was a maw in the heart of the forest, a silent sentinel that bled and summoned, always hungry, always waiting. It was a roar, a scream, a profound despair that settled deep into my non-existent bones. I had seen it again, the tearing away, the consumption, the terrifying peace. I was still a wisp, a terrified ghost, forever wandering, forever witnessing. The screaming pines, the hollow man, the lost hunters, the bleeding tree. The forest was an endless tableau of horror, and I was its eternal, helpless audience. The oblivion still called, a sweet, tempting lullaby. But the memory of David's last look, the image of Tommy running into the fog, tethered me to this torment. I had to remember. I had to bear witness. Perhaps, one day, if I ever found Liam and Maya, I could tell them the truth of this place. But until then, I would simply drift, a silent, screaming phantom in a world of endless night, haunted by the blood that still seeped from the very earth beneath my feet. The fog in the clearing was thicker than anywhere I would ever seen it, a living, breathing entity that swirled around my knees, clinging to the damp earth. It had coalesced, just as I would watched it do a moment ago, forming a shape, a presence. And now he stood before me, the Void Man. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp that died in the heavy air. Pine Ridge, his green eyes. See you again, the promise, a brand on my soul, had finally been fulfilled. But this was not the same Void Man. Not exactly. His form was still featureless, a silhouette against the swirling gray, absorbing rather than reflecting the dim, sickly green light that now pulsed from the dozens of orbs around us. Those amber lights. Silas's warning, my stupid, morbid curiosity, they had led me here, to this horrifying burial ground, and to him. The green lights pulsed, in sync, like a monstrous, collective heart. They cast long, distorted shadows among the shallow graves, making the uneven mounds of earth look like grasping hands reaching from below. The air grew colder, a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with the coastal fog and everything to do with the entity before me. It felt like the very warmth was being sucked from my body, from the world. He stood perhaps 30 feet away, at the edge of the clearing, where the skeleton trees began their ascent into the impenetrable gloom. He was tall, impossibly so, a column of absolute darkness. There were no features, no discernible face, no hands, no feet, just a shape. And yet, I felt his gaze. I felt it like a physical pressure, like a cold, unseen weight pressing down on my chest, stealing the air from my lungs. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there, frozen, staring at the embodiment of my deepest fear. But I could not move. My feet were rooted to the damp earth, my muscles locked in a terrifying paralysis. He did not move, not an inch, not a twitch. was perfectly, unnervingly still. He just watched, or rather, existed in a state of watching. No, I whispered, the word barely audible, a desperate plea to a universe that had clearly abandoned me. My mind reeled. This could not be happening. Not again. I had fled to Black Cove, to the edge of the world, to escape this very thing. But the gloom had not hidden me. It had merely guided me to my inevitable confrontation. The green lights pulsed again, brighter this time, and I squeezed my eyes shut against their malevolent glow, a futile attempt to make him disappear. When I opened them, my breath hitched in my throat. He was closer. Not by much, maybe a foot or two. But he was undeniably closer. The distance that had separated us had subtly, terrifyingly, shrunk. My blood ran cold, colder than the fog itself. How? I had not seen him move. My eyes had been closed for only a fraction of a second, a blink. A blink. The thought hit me with the force of a physical blow. A chilling, horrifying hypothesis began to form in my mind, a concept so utterly alien and terrifying that my sanity recoiled from it. He never moves. Not until you blink. My eyes burned, wide and unblinking, fixed on that featureless void. A single tear, born of terror and strain, traced a cold path down my cheek. I refused to blink. I could not. The very thought was an agony. My eyelids ached, my vision blurred, but I fought against the natural urge, the involuntary reflex. The void man remained perfectly still, a silent, unmoving sentinel of dread. The green lights continued their slow, rhythmic pulse, an evil heartbeat echoing the frantic rhythm of my own. The silence was absolute, broken only by the ragged sound of my own breathing. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, feel the tremors starting in my legs. My eyes were drying out, stinging. It was impossible to keep them open indefinitely. My vision swam, the void man's form blurring at the edges, the green lights becoming streaks of malevolent color. My body screamed for relief, for the momentary respite of a blink. But the thought of him moving, even an inch, was unbearable. It was a game. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea. A cruel, sadistic game, and I was the unwilling player. He was not chasing me, he was advancing on me, one involuntary twitch of my eyelid at a time. A spasm racked my eye. I fought it, squeezed my facial muscles, but it was useless. My eyelids slammed shut, then sprang open in a fraction of a second, a single involuntary blink. My heart leaped into my throat. He was closer again, maybe 3 feet this time. The distance was dwindling inexorably. He was now, perhaps, 25 feet away. The sheer, impossible horror of it threatened to shatter my mind. This was worse than the chase at Pine Ridge. Worse than the terrifying, fleeting glimpse of his green eyes. This was a slow, agonizing torment. A prolonged execution. What do you want? I croaked, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The question hung in the air, unanswered, absorbed by the fog and the oppressive silence. Of course, he would not answer. He never did. He just was. And now, he was coming for me. My eyes burned anew. I tried to focus, to stare him down, to somehow will him to stop. It was futile. He was an entity beyond mortal will, beyond understanding. He was the void, and he was taking his time. The green lights pulsed, a sickening, hypnotic rhythm. They seemed to mock my struggle, to celebrate his slow, terrible advance. I could feel the cold emanating from him now, a tangible chill that seeped into my bones. The air around him seemed to shimmer, distorting the already blurry edges of his form. I tried to force myself to look away, to break the connection, but I could not. My gaze was locked, an invisible tether binding me to his featureless presence. It was like a psychological trap, a mental prison. My mind screamed, but my body would not obey. Another blink. Involuntary. Unstoppable. He was closer. Now, perhaps 20 feet. The realization sent a fresh wave of panic through me, so intense it made my knees buckle. I stumbled backward, a half step, my foot catching on a root. I scrambled to regain my balance, my eyes still fixed on him, terrified of another blink. The movement, however small, broke the paralysis. A desperate, primal urge to survive surged through me. I had to get out of here. I had to run. But how do you run from something that only moves when you can't see it? I turned, slowly, my head swiveling like an owl's, keeping my eyes locked on him as I tried to orient myself toward the denser forest, away from the clearing and its ghastly graves. It was disorienting, trying to move backward through the uneven terrain while staring at a fixed point. My neck ached, protesting the unnatural strain. The green lights, like malevolent fireflies, began to shift, forming a loose, glowing perimeter around the clearing, subtly hurting me, guiding me deeper into the woods, away from any potential escape route. They were his eyes. I realized his countless, glowing eyes, always watching, always directing. I took a tentative step backward, then another, my eyes watering, burning, begging for release. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and gnarled roots. I knew a stumble, a fall, would mean a flurry of blinks, and he would be upon me. The thought was enough to propel me forward, or rather, backward. I began to move faster, a clumsy, crab-like retreat, my eyes wide, fixed on the Void Man. He remained perfectly still, a dark statue, waiting for my inevitable failure. The forest was a maze of shadows and twisting branches. The fog, already dense, seemed to thicken here, wrapping around the ancient trees like shrouds. I could barely make out the path ahead, relying on my peripheral vision and the desperate hope that I would not trip. My eyes, oh God, my eyes, they were on fire. The pain was excruciating, a searing, grinding sensation behind my eyeballs. I felt tears streaming freely now, blurring my vision even further, but I could not wipe them away. I could not spare a single millisecond of sight. Another blink. This one was longer, a desperate, shuddering closure of my eyelids. When they opened, he was much closer, perhaps 10 feet away. His dark form filled my vision, a suffocating presence. The cold radiating from him was intense, making my teeth chatter, sending shivers down my spine. I could almost feel his non-existent breath on my face. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. This was it. I was trapped. There was no escape. He was too fast, too relentless, too impossible. No, no, no. I sobbed, the sound torn from my throat. I could not retreat any further like this. I had to run, truly run, and accept the consequences. Maybe, just maybe, I could get enough distance, enough time to outpace him before he caught up. I spun around, a desperate, irrational move. My eyes squeezed shut for a precious half-second in the turn, a blur of green and gray. When they opened, I was facing the dense forest, my back to him. I did not dare look back. I just ran. My legs, stiff from terror and cold, screamed in protest. I stumbled through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my jacket, thorns raking my skin. The fog made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I ran blindly, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror, my lungs burning, my breath ragged. Every few seconds, an involuntary blink. Each time, a fresh wave of dread washed over me, the horrifying knowledge that he was gaining ground. I could feel his presence behind me, a silent, relentless pursuit. It was not the sound of footsteps or the rustle of leaves, it was a psychic pressure, a cold dread that clung to my back like a shroud. The green lights, I noticed now, were not just in the clearing. They were everywhere, drifting through the trees, hovering above the path, illuminating my desperate flight with their sickly glow. They were not guiding me, they were hurting me, trapping me. I ran until my legs felt like lead, until my lungs burned with fire. until my throat was raw from gasping for air. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from a graves, away from the void man, away from this nightmare. The trees began to thin slightly, and a faint, familiar outline appeared through the fog. My cabin. A desperate, impossible hope flickered within me. If I could just make it inside, barricade the door, maybe, just maybe, I could find a moment of respite. I pushed harder, a surge of adrenaline granting me a final burst of speed. The cabin materialized out of the mist, a dark, welcoming shape. I lunged for the porch, my hand fumbling for the doorknob. It turned. Thank God. I burst inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud that echoed through the small space. My chest heaved, my body shaking uncontrollably. I leaned against the door, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. I was safe. For now. I stumbled backward, away from the door, and sank to the floor, my back against the cold wall. My eyes, still burning, were wide and unfocused. I stared at the door, half expecting it to splinter, to burst open. But there was nothing, only the oppressive silence of the cabin, punctuated by my own ragged breathing. After a few agonizing minutes, the initial wave of panic subsided enough for me to think, to breathe, to realize the extent of my exhaustion. My entire body ached, my clothes were torn, my hands scraped and bleeding. I was a wreck, but I was alive. I had made it. A tiny, fragile seed of hope began to sprout in the wasteland of my terror. Maybe he could not enter. Maybe the cabin offered some kind of protection. I pushed myself up slowly, cautiously, my eyes still darting to the door. I needed to see. I needed to know if he was still out there, moving to the window that faced the forest. I peered through the grimy glass. The fog was still thick, but through its swirling veil, I saw them, dozens of them, the green lights. They surrounded my cabin, a pulsating, malevolent ring, just as they had surrounded me in the clearing. And then, I saw him. He stood directly in front of my cabin, perhaps 50 feet away, at the edge of the small clearing I would painstakingly carve out of the wilderness. He was perfectly still, a dark, featureless silhouette against the backdrop of the green lights and the swirling fog. He was watching me. My blood ran cold again. The fragile hope I would clung to shattered. He had not stopped. He had simply followed. And now he was at my door. My eyes, already strained to their limit, ached with a renewed intensity. I knew what would happen. I could not look away. I could not blink. Not now. Not when he was so close. I pressed my face against the cold glass, my breath fogging it momentarily. I wiped it away with my sleeve, desperate for an unobstructed view. My gaze was locked on him, on that terrible, silent watcher. The minutes stretched into an eternity. My eyes burned. My eyelids twitched, a desperate, involuntary struggle against my will. I focused on a tiny scratch on the window pane, on the swirling patterns of the fog, on anything to distract from the unbearable urge to blink. He stood there unmoving, an embodiment of patience and infinite, chilling resolve. The green lights pulsed, a slow, rhythmic throb that seemed to echo in my very bones. The silence outside was absolute, a heavy, suffocating blanket. My vision blurred. Tears welled up, stinging. I could not hold it anymore. My body betrayed me. My eyes slammed shut, a violent, desperate blink. When they opened, he was closer. So much closer. Perhaps 20 feet now. He was almost at the edge of my small front yard. The cold radiating from him was palpable, seeping through the walls, chilling the air inside my cabin. I could see the individual blades of grass between us, wet with dew. A whimper escaped my lips. This was a siege. A slow, agonizing, psychological torture. He was not going to break down the door. He did not need to. He was simply going to wait for me to blink again and again until he was right there, at the glass, at the door inside. I backed away from the window, stumbling over a chair, but I could not tear my gaze away from him. He was a magnet, a terrifying, irresistible force. My mind raced, frantically searching for an answer, a solution, a way out. There was none. I was trapped, a mouse in a cage, being slowly, deliberately approached by a cat. I tried to turn my back, to break the connection, to hide in the furthest corner of the cabin. But the moment I even contemplated it, a wave of primal dread washed over me, a certainty that if I turned away, even for a second, he would be upon me. The only defense, the only way to slow him down, was to keep him in sight. My eyes were agony. They felt like sandpaper, like they were tearing themselves apart. But I could not blink. I could not. The green lights pulsed, brighter now, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the cabin walls. They seemed to press in, to shrink the space, to make the air thick and heavy. I stumbled back to the window, drawn by an irresistible, morbid fascination. He was closer still. Now, barely 10 feet from the cabin, I could see the individual textures of the wood siding reflected in his dark, featureless form. My breath hitched. My heart pounded, so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He was almost here. I squeezed my eyes shut, not in a blink, but in a desperate attempt to rub the pain away, to clear my vision. It was a mistake, a terrible, fatal mistake. When I opened them, he was right there. His featureless form filled the entire window pane, pressed against the glass. There was no reflection, no distortion, just pure, unadulterated darkness, absorbing all light, all hope. The cold was overwhelming, a paralyzing, suffocating embrace that stole the air from my lungs. I could not move. I could not scream. My body was frozen, rigid with terror. I stared into the void, and the void stared back, its presence of physical weight, crushing me. The green lights outside pulsed in a blinding crescendo, reflecting off the glass, making his form seem to writhe, to expand. And then, slowly, impossibly, a single point of light appeared within his featureless form. A tiny pinprick of green. Then another, and another. They were not eyes, not really, but they were there. They were looking at me. And from that featureless void, from that crushing darkness, a sound emerged. A whisper, dry and rustling, like dead leaves skittering across frozen ground. It echoed in my mind, not through my ears, but directly into the core of my being. See you again. The words, the same words from Pine Ridge, were not a question, not a threat, but a statement of inevitable fact. A promise fulfilled. And then his form began to shift. It did not move, not in the way a living thing moves. It flowed, like smoke, like ink spreading through water, seeping into the cracks around the window, under the door, through the very wood of the cabin walls. The green lights pulsed faster, brighter, until they were blinding, searing points of light. The cold intensified, becoming unbearable, a freezing fire that consumed me. My vision swam, overwhelmed by the green, by the darkness, by the sheer impossibility of it all. I felt a touch, not physical, but ethereal. A cold, consuming presence that wrapped around me, pulling me, drawing me in. My body began to lose its substance, to blur at the edges, to dissolve into the overwhelming green light and the encroaching void. The last thing I saw, as my consciousness fractured and faded, was the interior of my cabin, now completely bathed in the sickly green light, and the featureless form of the void man no longer outside, but standing right in front of me, absorbing me, becoming me. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never blink again. Not ever. You know, after what happened in the cursed forest, after Liam and Maya vanished, taken by that thing, the hollow man my world just kind of broke. People tried to help, of course. Therapists, doctors, even some well-meaning, but ultimately useless spiritual healers. They all had their theories: PTSD, psychosis, a severe dissociative episode brought on by trauma and exposure. Not one of them believed a word about the twisted bark creature, the drumming chest, or the way my friends were just absorbed. How could they? It sounded like something ripped straight from a nightmare. And that is exactly what it was. A nightmare that never ended. I became a ghost, haunting my own life. Sleep was a battleground where the hollow man stalked me, its rhythmic thump-thump echoing in the cavern of my skull. Waking hours were not much better. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching danger. I could not stand being around people, their pitying glances, their hushed whispers, their utter inability to comprehend the abyss I would stare into. Civilization, with its rules and its comforting lies, felt like a cage. So, I did what any broken person desperate for an escape might do. I ran. I packed a bag, drained my meager savings, and bought a used, beat-up pickup truck. My destination? Nowhere really. Just away. Away from the memories, away from the pity, away from the constant, gnawing fear that maybe, just maybe, the hollow man was not confined to that one forest. That it could find me. I drove for days, sometimes weeks, just following the setting sun, sleeping in the truck, eating canned food, barely interacting with anyone. I passed through endless stretches of desert, then mountains, then plains. The landscape blurred, a meaningless backdrop to my internal torment. I was looking for a place where the air felt different, where the silence was not just the absence of sound, but a presence of its own, a silence that might swallow my screams, both past and future. I found it, or so I thought, in a remote, forgotten corner of a state whose name I honestly can't even recall now. It was a place where the paved roads gave way to gravel, then to dirt tracks, and finally to nothing but overgrown paths that seemed to lead nowhere but deeper into the wilderness. The trees here were different too, ancient and gnarled, their branches heavy with moss, their leaves a deep, almost bruised green. The sky always seemed to be a perpetual twilight, even at noon, as if the sun itself was wary of this place. I parked the truck at the end of the last discernible path, grabbed my pack, and started walking. I do not know why. Maybe it was an instinct, a morbid curiosity, or just the stubborn refusal of a soul already shattered to be afraid of anything new. What more could the world possibly throw at me? I walked for hours, the air growing heavier, thicker, with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, like old pennies, mixed with a faint, cloying sweetness. The forest floor was strangely soft, almost spongy, and the silence I would sought was here, but it was not comforting. It was oppressive, a heavy blanket that muffled even my own footsteps. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed. It was as if life itself held its breath. Then I heard it, a sound, or rather an absence of sound, that was even more profound. A deep, resonant stillness that suggested something vast and unmoving. I pushed through a curtain of hanging vines and stopped dead. Before me lay a river, but it was not like any river I would ever seen. Most rivers, even murky ones, reflect the sky, the trees, the occasional ripple. They have a certain vibrancy, a flow. This river, it was absolute black, not dark green, not deep brown, but a profound, unyielding, obsidian black. It absorbed all light, reflecting nothing. It was like staring into a void, a bottomless pit stretched horizontally across the landscape. The water did not seem to flow either, not in the way a normal river does. There were no currents, no eddies, no visible movement. It lay still, perfectly flat, like a sheet of polished black glass, stretching out of sight in both directions. The surface was utterly devoid of life. No insect skimmed. Its surface, no fish broke the plain, no reeds grew along its banks. The trees on its far side seemed to lean away from it, their branches withered and bare where they extended over the water. A shiver, cold and alien, traced its way down my spine. This was not just a river, it was wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong. Despite the immediate dread, I felt a strange pull. It was subtle at first, like a whisper in the back of my mind, a soft suggestion that this place held an answer, a peace. It was the same insidious temptation that had drawn me into the cursed forest, the same lure of the unknown that had led me to places I should never have gone. But I was different now. I was broken, yes, but also acutely aware of the dangers lurking beneath the surface of the world. I set up a rough camp a good distance from the bank, just out of sight of the black water, but not far enough to escape its pervasive chill. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger here, almost sickly. I tried to start a fire, but the wood, though seemingly dry, refused to catch properly, only sputtering and smoking. It was as if the very air resisted warmth. Over the next few days, I explored the area, always keeping the Black River in sight, drawn to it against my better judgment. I found no signs of human activity, no trails, no discarded trash. It was pristine, untouched, save for the river itself, which felt like a scar on the land. Animals, when I saw them, kept a wide berth. Deer would approach the tree-line, sniff the air, and then bolt in the opposite direction, their eyes wide with an instinctual terror. Even the birds, which were few and far between, never flew directly over the water. They skirted its edges, as if afraid of what might reach up from below. One afternoon, I was walking along the bank, feeling that familiar, unsettling draw, when I saw something. A small wooden toy boat, brightly painted, bobbing gently near the bank. It was out of place, a splash of vibrant color against the oppressive black. Someone had been here. A child, perhaps. The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. What kind of parent would let their child play near this thing? I reached out with a stick to pull the boat closer, but as the stick touched the water, a ripple spread, not outwards, but inwards, as if the water was sucking in the disturbance. The toy boat, previously bobbing, suddenly dipped, then slowly, agonizingly slowly, began to dissolve. The paint faded first, leaching into the blackness like dye and ink. Then the wood itself began to soften, to fray, to unravel into dark fibers that were indistinguishable from the water. Within minutes, it was gone, swallowed, without a trace. My blood ran cold. This was not just water, it was an acid, a solvent, something that consumed. I stumbled back, heart hammering against my ribs. The river, for the first time, felt less like a passive anomaly and more like an active, malevolent entity. It was hungry. I wanted to leave. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get back in my truck, to drive until I hit the ocean, to never look back. But the pull was stronger now, more insistent. It was not just a suggestion, it was a deep, resonant hum in my bones, a siren song promising oblivion. Forget, it seemed to murmur. Forget the hollow man. Forget Liam and Maya. Forget the terror. Just let go. I knew what it was doing. It was preying on my weakness, on my trauma, on the gaping wound in my soul. It offered an end to the pain, a complete cessation of existence, a merging with its dark, silent embrace. And part of me, the broken, exhausted part, found the idea terrifyingly appealing. I stayed. I could not leave. It was like an invisible tether, pulling me closer, day by day. I started sleeping closer to the bank, the black water a constant, silent presence. I stopped eating as much, my appetite gone, replaced by a strange thirst. A thirst that the river seemed to promise to quench. One evening, as the perpetual twilight deepened into an almost absolute darkness, I saw movement on the far bank. A figure. It was tall, gaunt, its movements slow and deliberate. It wore tattered clothes that seemed to hang from its frame. My breath caught in my throat. Was it the hollow man? Had it followed me? No. As it moved closer to the bank, I saw that it was human, or had been. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes, even from this distance, seemed hollow, devoid of life. It moved with a strange, almost ethereal grace, its feet barely seeming to touch the ground. It was like a ghost or a sleepwalker. It reached the edge of the Black River, knelt slowly, and dipped its hands into the water. My heart pounded. It was going to drink. I wanted to shout, to warn it, but my voice was trapped in my throat, choked by dread. The figure cupped the black water in its hands and brought it to its lips. It drank slowly, deliberately, as if savoring every drop. And as it drank, the transformation began. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. A faint sheen on its skin, a deepening of the translucency. Then its features began to soften, to blur, like an old photograph dipped in water. Its hair, already sparse, seemed to thin further, its color draining away. The figure stood up, its movements even slower now, almost dreamlike. It took a step into the river, then another. The black water swirled around its ankles, then its knees. Its clothes, which had been tattered, now seemed to melt away, dissolving into the blackness. Its skin, already pale, became even more transparent, allowing me to see the faint outlines of its bones beneath. It was like watching a watercolor painting slowly bleed into the paper. It did not struggle. It did not scream. There was no fear in its eyes, only a vacant, serene acceptance. It continued to walk deeper and deeper until the water was up to its waist, then its chest. Its form was now barely discernible, a shimmering, translucent outline against the absolute black. Its eyes, those hollow, vacant eyes, seemed to lock onto mine for a fleeting moment, and in that gaze, I saw not terror, but a profound, unending peace. A peace that promised an end to all suffering. Then, with a final, almost imperceptible shimmer, the figure dissolved. It did not sink, it did not disappear beneath the surface. It simply became the water. Its form diffused, its essence spread, until there was nothing left but the unbroken, reflective black surface of the river. I stood there, paralyzed, watching the ripples slowly fade, leaving the water as still and silent as before. The metallic, sweet smell intensified, now mingled with something else, something subtly organic, like decaying flowers. The river had consumed another. The experience should have terrified me into fleeing, but instead it intensified the insidious pull. The river's hum in my bones became a song, a lullaby. See, it whispered, not in words, but in a feeling, a deep, pervasive suggestion. No more pain, no more fear, just peace, just us, us. I whispered aloud, my voice hoarse, barely audible in the heavy silence. And then, I saw them. Not in the water, not yet, but in the edges of my vision, flickering like dying embers. Shadows, forms, Liam, Maya. They were not solid, not real, but their outlines were unmistakable. They stood on the far bank, their faces indistinct, their bodies shimmering. They looked peaceful, serene, just like the figure I had just watched dissolve. Join us, they seemed to murmur, their voices echoing in the chambers of my mind, not with words, but with a profound, overwhelming sense of longing and belonging. It is so quiet here, so calm. The pain is gone. My heart ached with a longing, so intense it was physical. To be free of the hollow man, to be reunited with Liam and Maya. Even in this horrifying, dissolved state, it was a temptation I had not known I could feel. My mind, already fractured, felt like it was coming apart at the seams. Was this real? Were they truly there, dissolved and waiting? Or was the river simply conjuring my deepest desires, my most profound regrets, to lure me in? I stumbled back to my camp, away from the river, but its presence was everywhere. The air was thick with it. The ground beneath my feet felt cold and damp, as if I was already standing in its shallow depths. The metallic, sweet smell was so strong now that it made me nauseous. I tried to sleep, but the images of the dissolving figure of Liam and Maya's spectral forms danced behind my eyelids. The river's song was a constant drone, a relentless invitation. I spent the next few days in a haze, fighting a battle within myself. My rational mind, what little was left of it, screamed at me to resist, to remember Maya's last word run, to remember the terror of the hollow man, the raw, visceral fear that had propelled me out of that forest. But the other part of me, the part that was broken and weary, yearned for the peace the river offered. I found myself drifting closer to the bank, my feet moving of their own accord. I was thirsty, so thirsty. My water bottle was empty, and the thought of drinking from the river, from that absolute blackness, was both horrifying and immensely alluring. Just a sip, my mind whispered. Just a taste. To feel the cool oblivion spread through me. As I neared the bank, I saw something else. More objects. A worn leather wallet, a faded photograph of a smiling family, a child's drawing of a son. These were not toys, these were personal effects, left behind by those who had succumbed. And then a glint of metal. A small silver necklace, intricately carved. Maya's necklace, the one Liam had given her. It lay just at the edge of the black water, partially submerged. My breath hitched. My friends, they were truly here. Or, at least, their memories, their essences, were. The river was showing me what it had taken, what it offered. I knelt, reaching out a trembling hand towards the necklace. My fingertips were inches from the black surface. The water looked so smooth, so inviting. It seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible rhythm, like a slow, deep heartbeat. The metallic sweet scent was overwhelming now, almost intoxicating. "Join us, brother," the voices whispered, stronger now, clearer. They were Liam and Maya, their voices overlapping, blending into one harmonious, terrifying chorus. It is so peaceful. No more pain, no more running, just us, forever. Tears streamed down my face. The longing was unbearable. To be with them again, to finally rest, to be free of the relentless terror, it was everything I wanted. My hand trembled, hovering over the black surface. I could feel a cold mist rising from the water, caressing my skin, seeping into my pores. It felt like a loving embrace, an invitation to a dreamless sleep. Just as my fingertips were about to brush the surface, a different image flashed in my mind. Not Liam and Maya in their peaceful, dissolved forms, but Liam's face contorted in agony as the hollow man's gnarled fingers closed around him. Maya's desperate lunge, her eyes wide with terror, her last, choked word, "Run." Run. The word echoed in my head, sharp and clear, cutting through the river's seductive lullaby like a knife. Maya had not wanted peace. She had wanted me to live. She had wanted me to escape. A jolt of pure, unadulterated terror shot through me, overriding the insidious calm. This was not peace. This was consumption. This was the ultimate erasure. It was not reunion, it was oblivion. The river was not offering solace, it was offering to take everything, to make me cease to be, just like Liam and Maya, just like that poor, gaunt figure. It was an end, yes, but not the one I truly wanted. Not the one Maya had wanted for me. I snatched my hand back as if burned. The cold mist felt like icy tendrils trying to grasp me. The whispers turned, from sweet suggestions to angry, frustrated murmurs, a cacophony of lost voices demanding I join them. The black surface of the river seemed to churn, not with visible currents, but with a subtle internal roiling, like a vast, dark stomach digesting its victims. I scrambled backwards, away from the bank, away from the necklace, away from the seductive lies. My heart hammered, not with longing, but with a renewed, desperate will to live. I had survived the hollow man. I had run then, and I would run now. Maya's voice, her final command, was my anchor, pulling me back from the brink of absolute surrender. I turned and ran. I did not look back. The trees seemed to twist, the paths seemed to shift and blur, trying to lead me back to the river. The metallic sweet scent clung to me, thick and suffocating. The whispers of Liam and Maya, now distorted and angry, pursued me, a chorus of ghostly lamentations. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I collapsed, gasping for air, far from the river's reach. The sun, which had always seemed hesitant in this place, broke through the canopy in a sudden, blinding shaft of light. It felt like a blessing, a sign that the world outside this cursed place still existed. I crawled to my truck, my body shaking uncontrollably. I fumbled with the keys, started the engine, and drove. I drove out of that forest, out of that forgotten corner of the state, not caring where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. I never stopped driving until I hit a major highway, until I saw other cars, other people, until the silence was replaced by the mundane sounds of traffic. I drove until the metallic, sweet smell faded from my clothes, until the whispers in my head were drowned out by the roar of the engine. I escaped. Again. But I am not the same. How could I be? I have looked into the void twice now. I have seen what lies beyond the veil, what waits in the forgotten corners of the world. The Hollow Man took my friends and left me a wreck. The Black River almost took my sanity, and then my very being, by preying on that wreck. Now, I can't stand the sight of dark water. A deep lake, a shadowed pond, even a puddle at night, they all fill me with an inexplicable dread. I avoid reflections, especially my own, because sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I think I see a faint translucency in my skin, a subtle fading of color, as if a part of me has already begun to dissolve. I still hear the thump-thump sometimes, a phantom echo of the Hollow Man. But now it is often accompanied by a faint, metallic sweet scent, and a whisper, a promise of peace, of oblivion, that I know I must fight with every fiber of my being. Because the river is still out there, and it is still waiting. And sometimes, when I am alone, truly alone, I wonder if a part of me, a small, weary part, still longs for the profound, silent peace it offered. And that, more than anything, is what truly scares me now. The knowledge that the darkness, once tasted, never truly leaves you. As twilight deepened, a grotesque red moon appeared, illuminating a glowing mound. Not a natural one. It pulsed faintly, a sickly, bioluminescent green, nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient, skeletal tree. It looked like a cluster of fungi, but wrong. Too symmetrical, too vibrant, too alive in a place that felt utterly dead. The cold, which had been merely biting, now seemed to claw at my very bones, a physical manifestation of the dread that had been churning within me for hours. Liam and Maya, their faces etched with despair, stopped dead, their eyes fixed on the pulsating growth. Their futile attempts at navigation had dissolved into a silent, shared terror. But this was something new. A fresh wound in the already festering nightmare of the forest. What is that? Maya whispered, her voice thin, fragile, like a dry leaf about to crumble. Her breath plumed in the frigid air, quickly snatched away by the unseen currents weaving through the trees. Liam, usually the stoic one, just shook his head, his shoulders slumped. The light from the red moon painted his face in stark, unsettling shadows, making him look like a stranger. I do not know, but we should not be here. We should not have come here. His words, meant for the forest, for fate, for anything but us, still felt like a direct accusation. And maybe they were. We had chosen this trip, this adventure into the supposed untouched wilderness. We had chosen to ignore the old tales, the hushed warnings that clung to this particular stretch of woods like the moss on its ancient trees. I, more than anyone, knew the foolishness of ignoring such things. The whispers in my head, a constant low-frequency hum of warning, had been growing louder since we would entered this place. They spoke of the lake, of the shapeless fog that had taken others, of the cold dread that settled deep in your chest. But they also spoke of something new, something different here. Something with a rhythm. My throat felt constricted, a tight band of fear squeezing the air from my lungs. Every breath was shallow, rasping. My sanity, already fraying at the edges, felt like a thread stretched taut, about to snap. the glowing mound, the red moon, the oppressive green canopy that seemed to press down on us, trapping us was all too much. This was not just a forest, it had grown teeth, and it was slowly, deliberately chewing us up. We did not dare approach the glowing fungi. It radiated an unnatural stillness, a silent hum that I felt more than heard, resonating deep in my skull, a counterpoint to the whispers. We turned, trying to find another path, any path, away from the eerie light. But with every step, the forest seemed to grow denser, the trees twisting into grotesque, grasping shapes, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for us. The chill deepened, biting harder, as if the air itself was trying to freeze our fear solid. Then I heard it, a sound, faint at first, barely perceptible over the rustling of the leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. A low, rhythmic thump-thump. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a deep resonance that vibrated through the earth, up my legs, and into my chest. It was not a heartbeat. It was too deep, too hollow. I stopped, my hand instinctively reaching out, grabbing Liam's arm. He flinched, startled, his eyes wide and vacant. "Did you hear that?" I rasped, my voice barely a whisper. He frowned, straining his ears. Maya, too, paused, her head cocked to one side. "Hear what?" Liam asked, his voice hoarse. A thumping. I tried to explain, like a drum. A hollow drum. They looked at me, then at each other, a silent communication passing between them. I could see the question in their eyes, is he finally losing it? The whispers in my head intensified, mocking me, telling me I was alone in this, just like at the lake. "You saw it then, you hear it now. It is probably just the wind or an animal," Maya offered, though her voice lacked conviction. She was trying to reassure me, or perhaps herself. The forest makes strange sounds when you are out here this long. I shook my head, my grip on Liam's arm tightening. No, this is different. It is deliberate. But even as I said it, the sound seemed to fade, swallowed by the vast, silent maw of the forest. I released Liam, feeling foolish, my paranoia getting the better of me. We pressed on, or tried to. It was more like stumbling, our bodies aching, our minds frayed. The red moon continued to cast its blood-red glow through the canopy, painting the forest in hues of crimson and black. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every twisted branch a potential threat. The air grew heavier, thicker, laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something dry and woody, like old kindling. We decided, or rather, Liam declared, that we had to make camp. To keep moving in this deepening darkness, with our sense of direction completely lost, would be suicide. We found a small clearing, if you could call it, that an area where the trees were slightly less dense, a patch of ground that sloped gently. Liam, with what little energy he had left, began gathering twigs and branches, his movements slow and methodical. Maya sat down heavily, pulling her knees to her chest, staring blankly into the gloom. I tried to help, but my hands were shaking uncontrollably, my mind racing. The whispers were a cacophony now, 1,000 tiny voices vying for attention, each telling a different tale of dread. The lake, the fog, the cold, the taking. And beneath it all, barely audible, yet insistent, was that rhythmic thump-thump. It was back, fainter than before, but undeniably there. It was a dull, resonant beat, like a giant, ancient heart struggling to pump through wooden veins. "I hear it again," I said, not looking at them, my voice barely a croak. That drumming. This time. Maya looked up, her eyes wide. Liam paused in his fire building, a twig clutched in his hand. Silence descended, thick and suffocating, broken only by the shuddering breaths of the forest and the frantic beat of my own heart. Then, Liam straightened up, his eyes darting around the clearing. "You are right," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "I hear it." Maya's face paled further, if that were possible. It is getting closer, is not it?" The sound was still faint, but it was no longer static. It was moving. A slow, deliberate advance. Thump, 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 thump. It was too regular, too heavy to be an animal. And no human walked with such a resonant, hollow beat. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of my exhaustion. This was not just my mind playing tricks. This was real. Whatever it was out there, in the oppressive green darkness, drawing closer. "We need a fire," Liam said, his voice strained, a sudden urgency in his movements. He fumbled with his lighter, his hands shaking even more violently than mine. The small flame flickered to life, offering a pathetic, dancing light against the encroaching gloom. It was more a psychological comfort than a deterrent, a fragile assertion of humanity against the overwhelming wild. As the fire caught, casting dancing shadows that made the surrounding trees seem to lean in even closer, the thump-thump grew louder. It was no longer a distant echo, but a palpable presence. It resonated through the ground, vibrating up our legs, making our teeth ache. It was a deep, woody sound, like a massive log being struck, hollow and resonant. "It is right outside the clearing." Maya breathed, her voice barely audible. She was clutching her arms around herself, shivering violently despite the warmth of the nascent fire. We huddled together, three terrified figures illuminated by the flickering flames, our eyes darting into the impenetrable darkness beyond the firelight. The red moon, now higher in the sky, seemed to mock us, its crimson gaze painting the world in shades of blood and shadow. Thump, 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 thump. It stopped. The sudden silence was even more terrifying than the drumming. It was an unnatural quiet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The whispers in my head went silent too, replaced by a single, deafening thought: it is watching us. Then, from the edge of the clearing, where the shadows were deepest, a silhouette detached itself from the surrounding trees. It was tall, impossibly tall and gaunt. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that was utterly terrifying. As it stepped into the faint periphery of the firelight, my blood ran cold. It was not an animal. It was not human. It was made of the forest itself. Bark, gnarled and twisted, formed its limbs and torso. Its head was a featureless knot of wood, with two deep, empty sockets where eyes should have been, reflecting no light, only absolute darkness. Its limbs were long, slender branches, ending in crude, blunt fingers. And its chest was a hollow cavity, a gaping maw of dark, resonant wood. It was from this cavity that the drumming sound had come. The hollow man. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a monster, it was a manifestation of the forest's malevolence, a creature born of its ancient, predatory will. The dry, woody smell I would noticed earlier intensified, now mingled with the scent of damp earth and something else, something vaguely acrid, like old sap. It stood there, motionless, at the very edge of the firelight, an impossible figure. It did not seem to have eyes, yet I felt its gaze, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, on all of us. The whispers in my head roared back to life, now intertwined with a new, horrifying voice, the resonant thrum of the hollow man's presence. It sees you. It wants you. Just like the fog. Oh God. Maya whimpered, burying her face in Liam's shoulder. Liam, for his part, was frozen, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He had dropped the twig, and the fire, neglected, began to dwindle. The hollow man took a step forward. Thump, thump. The sound was deep, guttural, resonating from its hollow chest, shaking the very ground beneath us. It was not just a sound, it was a declaration, a promise. Then another step. Thump, thump. It was advancing, slowly, inexorably. It did not seem to be in a hurry. It was stalking us, savoring the fear, letting it build, letting it fester. The realization that we were prey, trapped and helpless, settled over me like a shroud. Run. I screamed, a raw, primal sound torn from my constricted throat. Liam seemed to snap out of his stupor. He grabbed Maya's arm, hauling her to her feet, and we bolted, not knowing where we were going, just away. Away from the hollow man, away from the terrifying, resonant thump-thump that was now a persistent, booming presence behind us. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at our clothes, thorns scratching our skin. The red moon was our only guide, casting elongated, dancing shadows that made every tree look like the hollow man, every rustle of leaves a footstep. The biting chill was relentless, but a cold sweat slicked my skin, a testament to the sheer terror that propelled us forward. Liam, surprisingly, was fast, dragging Maya along. I stumbled behind them, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The whispers in my head were a chaotic frenzy, telling me to stop, to give up, to let the fog take me, to let the hollow man claim me. It is easier that way. Just let go. But the primal urge to survive, however faint, still flickered within me. I pushed through the pain, through the fear, through the encroaching madness. Thump, 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 thump. It was behind us. Always behind us. Sometimes it seemed to fade, giving us a brief, false hope that we had outrun it. But then it would return, closer, louder, the deep, woody resonance vibrating through the very air. It was not chasing us in a conventional sense, it was following, a relentless, unhurried hunter. We ran for what felt like hours, though it could have been mere minutes. The forest pressed in on us, a suffocating labyrinth of ancient trees and tangled roots. The oppressive green canopy, now a dark, unyielding ceiling under the red moon, seemed to close around us, sealing our fate. Liam finally stumbled, falling hard. Maya cried out, falling with him. I skidded to a halt, my chest heaving, my vision blurring. I can't go on. Liam gasped, struggling to catch his breath. His face was pale, streaked with dirt and tears. He looked utterly broken. Maya was sobbing, her body shaking uncontrollably. It is going to get us. It is going to get us. Thump, 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 thump. The sound was alarmingly close now, just beyond the thicket of ferns and thorny bushes we had collapsed into. It was so loud, so resonant, that it felt like the very earth was being struck, a giant, hollow drum beating out our final moments. I peered through the dense foliage, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could not see it, but I could feel its presence, an immense, cold weight in the air. The dry, woody scent was overpowering now, suffocating. We have to hide. I whispered, my voice raw. We have to find somewhere it can't get to us. But where? The forest offered no refuge, only more of itself. Every tree was a potential hiding place, but also a potential trap. The hollow man was made of bark, and would it could blend seamlessly, become indistinguishable from the very environment that surrounded us. Liam, with a sudden burst of desperate energy, pointed. There, agave, through a gap in the trees. I saw it, a dark maw on the side of a rocky outcrop, barely visible in the crimson moonlight. It was not much, just a shallow indentation, but it was something. A temporary reprieve, perhaps. We scrambled towards it, fueled by a renewed, desperate hope. We squeezed into the narrow opening, pulling ourselves as far back as we could, huddling together in the damp, cold darkness. The air in the cave was thick with a smell of wet earth and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood. Outside, the thump-thump continued, slow and deliberate. It was circling the outcrop, searching. We held our breaths, listening to the horrifying rhythm, praying it would not find us. The whispers in my head were a frantic chorus now, screaming at me, telling me it was futile, that escape was impossible. It knows you are here. It always knows. The drumming stopped directly outside our makeshift cave. The silence that followed was deafening, pressing down on us, crushing us. I could hear Liam's ragged breathing, Maya's suppressed whimpers. I could feel the frantic beat of my own heart, a drum against my ribs, echoing the sound we feared. a shadow fell across the mouth of the Ka-V. Not a natural shadow from the moon, but a deeper, darker void. Then a sound that made my blood run cold. A scraping, creaking noise, like dry wood rubbing against stone. The hollow man was trying to get in. The opening was too narrow for its full height, but its long, gnarled branch fingers began to probe the darkness, feeling along the edges of the Ka-V entrance. We pressed ourselves further back, trying to become one with the cold, damp rock. A splintering sound. The hollow man was forcing its way in, splintering the rock, tearing at the earth around the entrance. The dry, woody scent was now overwhelming, filling the small Ka-V, making it hard to breathe. I could hear the faint rustle of bark as it moved, the creak of its wooden limbs. Maya let out a choked sob, unable to hold it in any longer. The probing fingers paused. Then, slowly, deliberately, one of its crude, blunt fingers reached further into the Ka-V, sweeping the darkness. It was impossibly long, reaching deeper and deeper. I could feel its presence, cold and ancient, a predator that had hunted these woods for centuries, perhaps millennia. It was not just a physical being, it was a force of nature, a manifestation of the forest's primeval hunger. The finger brushed against Liam's leg. He gasped, a sharp, terrified sound. The finger recoiled, then returned, more directly, pressing against his calf. Liam let out a strangled cry, scrambling further back, but there was nowhere left to go. We were at the very back of the shallow Kai. Suddenly, with a tremendous, splintering crack, a section of the rock wall above the Ka-V entrance gave way. The hollow man had found a weakness, or perhaps it simply decided to make its own. Light, the eerie red light of the moon, streamed in from above, illuminating the terrifying scene. The hollow man was directly above us, its featureless wooden head tilted, its hollow eye socket staring down. Its body, made of dark, gnarled bark, was a grotesque parody of a human form. The gaping cavity in its chest seemed to pulse with a dark, inner energy. And from that cavity, the thump-thump was now a deafening boom, reverberating through the rock, through our very bones, shaking us to our cores. It was not just a sound, it was a physical assault, a wave of pure, concentrated dread. It reached down, its long, bark-covered arm extending into the Ka-V. Its hand, a cluster of gnarled, root-like fingers, slowly, deliberately reached for Liam. Liam screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. He thrashed, trying to push himself deeper into the rock, but it was futile. The hollow man's grip was like iron, like roots anchoring themselves into the earth. It was not just pulling him, it was absorbing him. I could see the bark of its arms seeming to merge with his skin, its woody texture spreading, consuming. Maya, seeing her companion being taken, let out a piercing shriek. She lunged forward, not to fight, but to grab Liam, to pull him back. It was a desperate, foolish act of loyalty. The hollow man paused, its attention momentarily diverted. Its hollow eye socket seemed to shift towards Maya. Then, with a chillingly swift movement, its other arm, equally long and gnarled, shot out. Before I could even process what was happening, Maya was caught. Her scream was cut short, a gurgling sound as the bark, like fingers, closed around her throat. She struggled, her feet kicking against the ground, but it was no use. The hollow man was immense, powerful, and utterly indifferent to their terror. I watched, paralyzed by horror, as Liam's struggles grew weaker, his body slowly being drawn upwards into the fractured opening. His eyes, wide and unfocused, met mine for a fleeting second, and in them, I saw not just fear, but a profound, unimaginable despair. Then, with a final, shuddering gasp, he was gone, pulled into the darkness above, leaving behind only the faint scent of damp earth and a terrifying silence. Maya, too, was slowly being lifted. Her hands clawed at the bark like arm around her throat, but she was weakening rapidly. Her eyes, filled with tears and terror, locked onto mine. I saw the desperate plea, the accusation, the final, agonizing realization that I was doing nothing, could do nothing. The whispers in my head intensified. Now speaking with the hollow man's resonant voice, you are next. Just like the others. Just like the fog. A part of me wanted to scream, to fight, to do anything. But another colder, more primal part, the part that remembered the lake and the shapeless fog, knew it was futile. This was not a creature that could be fought with human strength or will. It was something else entirely. Something that consumed, that absorbed, that made you a part of itself. As Maya's body was slowly pulled upwards, disappearing into the darkness after Liam, I heard a final, faint sound from her. Not a scream, but a whisper, carried on the frigid air run. And then she was gone. The hollow man remained, its featureless head still tilted, its hollow eye sockets seeming to bore into me. The thump-thump from its chest had ceased. The silence was absolute, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. It had taken them, just like the fog had taken others. But this was worse. This was solid, tangible, a horrifying embodiment of the forest's ancient, predatory soul. It lowered its arm, its bark-covered hand now empty. It did not move towards me. It simply stood there in the fractured opening, its dark, wooden form silhouetted against the crimson moon. It was waiting, waiting for me to break, waiting for me to run. And I did. I did not think. I did not plan. I just moved, scrambling out of the cave, away from the hollow man, away from the lingering scent of sap and decay, away from the place where Liam and Maya had been taken. I ran blindly, propelled by a terror so profound it stripped away everything else. My lungs burned, my legs ached, my vision blurred, but I ran. The forest was a kaleidoscope of red and black, a terrifying maze. Every shadow was a threat, every rustle of leaves the sound of pursuit. I did not hear the thump-thump anymore, but that did not mean it was not there. It was in my head now, a phantom rhythm echoing in the hollow chambers of my skull. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my body gave out, collapsing into a heap of shivering, sobbing flesh. I lay there, curled on the cold, damp earth, the biting chill seeping into my bones, unable to move, unable to think, only able to feel the raw, agonizing terror. The red moon slowly began to set, its crimson light fading into the dull gray of pre-dawn. The oppressive green canopy, once a symbol of dread, now seemed to offer a sliver of desperate comfort, a hiding place from the monstrous thing that lurked beneath. I do not know how long I lay there. Hours, perhaps. Days. Time had lost all meaning. My sanity, that fragile thread, had snapped. The whispers were a constant, deafening roar, mingling with the phantom thump-thump of the hollow man's chest. They told me it was still out there, always out there, waiting. They told me it had taken Liam and Maya, absorbed them into its woody form, made them a part of the forest's ancient hunger. They told me I was next. I eventually stumbled out of the forest, days later, found by a bewildered search party. I was a wreck, gaunt and wild-eyed, covered in scratches and dirt, muttering incoherently about a red moon and a creature made of bark. They did not believe me, of course. They said I was delirious from exposure, that my friends had likely gotten lost and succumbed to the elements. They talked about shock, about trauma, but they did not see the way the trees watched me, even now, from the periphery of my vision. They did not hear the whispers that followed me, a constant reminder of the lake, the fog, and the monstrous entity that had finally claimed my companions. And they certainly did not hear the thump-thump. But I do. I hear it constantly, a deep, hollow resonance that vibrates through the floorboards of my apartment, through the walls of my room, through the very ground beneath my feet. It is a phantom limb of sound, a terrifying echo of a creature made of bark and hollow wood, whose chest beats like a drum. I know it is still out there, in that forest-grown teeth, waiting. And sometimes, when the shadows lengthen, and the moon is full and red, I wonder if a part of Liam, a part of Maya, a part of all the others it has taken, now beats within that hollow chest, adding to its terrifying rhythm. And I wonder, with a chilling certainty, if it is still stalking me, waiting for the day I finally break, for the day I finally become a part of its endless, ancient song. The forest is not just watching, it is waiting for me to become a part of it too. And the whispers tell me it won't be long now. The screams of the pines, Liam, Maya, those names torn from my ethereal being and twisted into a weapon against me, still echoed in the hollow where my heart once beat. I had fled that grove, a phantom propelled by a terror far more potent than any living fear. The evening breath fog had risen then, an insidious white curtain attempting to draw me into its suffocating embrace, promising a terrifying peace that I knew, with every fiber of my non-existent being, would be nothing but eternal torment. The hollow man's voice, a deep, resonant rumble that vibrated through the very air, had promised me I belonged there, with my children. He was right, in a way. My children were there, their names twisted into agony, their essence perhaps trapped within those ancient, suffering trees. But I refused to join them, not like that. Not yet. So I ran. Or rather, I drifted, a terrified wisp of memory and despair, putting as much distance as I could between myself and that particular patch of woodland. Oakhaven, the town, remained vague, distant collection of lights and faint, living sounds, but the forest was vast, ancient, and utterly merciless. It swallowed the town whole, a dark, breathing entity stretching for miles in every direction. I was still within its grasp, but I tried to find a less active section. The air here was different. Cooler, perhaps, and the scent of pine was less overwhelming, replaced by damp earth and something subtly metallic, like old blood. Even as a ghost, I could feel the shift in atmosphere. The general dread of the forest remained, a constant hum beneath the surface of my consciousness, but it was not the piercing, soul-rending agony of the pines. It was a quieter, more pervasive gloom. I spent what felt like days, or perhaps weeks' time, was a fluid, meaningless concept, now drifting through this new section of the woods. My perception of the world was a strange blend of spectral and almost physical. I could see the trees, the undergrowth, the moss-covered rocks with perfect clarity, but I passed through them like smoke. The sounds of the forest were muted, distant, like listening from behind thick glass, unless they were supernatural in origin, in which case they pierced me with chilling precision. It was during one of these aimless wanderings that I started to notice something else. Not a sound at first, but a feeling, a lingering sense of desperation, like a faint, stale scent of fear clinging to the air. It was strongest around certain clearings, places where the trees seemed to pull back, almost reluctantly, to reveal patches of trampled earth. And then I saw them remnants. A tattered piece of orange fabric caught on a thorny bush. A single muddy boot, half buried in the leaves, its laces undone. An empty thermos, lying on its side, a fine layer of dust coating its once shiny surface. These were not just random, discarded items. They were the kind of things people leave behind when they are in a hurry, or when they simply stop. And there was a distinct pattern to them. They were always hunter's gear. Camouflage, blaze orange, sturdy boots. And always, just a single item or a pair. Never a full kit. Never body. I remembered, faintly, a half-heard conversation from Oakhaven, a snippet of local gossip that had drifted past me as I passed through the town's periphery. Something about the lost hunters. Every year, they said, like clockwork, a few men would go into the woods, usually around late autumn, and they would just vanish. No trace, no bodies. Search parties would go out, combing the area for weeks, only to come back empty-handed, their faces grim. The locals had their theories, of course. Wild animals. A particularly nasty fall into a ravine. But the way they spoke, their hushed tones and averted gazes, suggested they knew it was something far more sinister. Something of the forest. being a ghost. I was acutely sensitive to residual emotions. And these places where the hunters had vanished were saturated with them. Fear, confusion, a sudden, sharp panic. It was like walking through a cold spot, but instead of just temperature, it was pure, distilled terror. Then the sound started. It began subtly, as all true horrors do. A rustle in the undergrowth that was not the wind. A snap of a twig when no animal was near. At first, I dismissed them as phantom echoes of my own shattered mind, still reeling from the screaming pines. But they grew more distinct, more deliberate. One evening, as the evening breath began its slow, inevitable ascent from the forest floor, painting the woods in an ethereal, shifting white, I heard it, a faint, distant shout. It was hoarse, strained, and unmistakably human. Hello, anyone out there? It was a man's voice, and it was full of a desperate hope that chilled me to my core. I froze, or what passed for freezing for a ghost. My non-existent breath hitched. I knew, with absolute certainty, that there was no living person out there. Not in this desolate part of the woods, especially not as the fog thickened. I drifted toward the sound, propelled by that same morbid curiosity that had led me to touch the screaming pine. The voice called out again, closer this time, though still muffled by the encroaching mist. Is anyone there? I am. I am lost. Lost. Yes, that was the word. The fog grew denser, swirling around me, caressing my spectral form with its familiar, chilling embrace. It was not the suffocating, aggressive surge I would experience at the pines, but a more gentle, seductive caress. It tried to wrap around my thoughts, to soothe the edges of my terror, to whisper promises of oblivion. Peace, it said. Just let go. But I could not. Not with that voice calling out. I followed the sound, weaving through the spectral trees. The ground beneath me was invisible, swallowed by the whiteout. The voice was getting clearer now, tinged with a rising panic. My compass. It is gone. The sun. It just vanished. What the hell is going on? This was not an echo of a past event. This felt present. Immediate. But how? I was a ghost. I was alone. Then another voice joined in. Younger, more frantic. Dad. Dad, where are you? I can't see anything. My ethereal form trembled. A child. Just like Liam. Just like Maya. The memory was a fresh wound, tearing through the thin veil of my composure. Tommy. Tommy, son, answer me. Stay put. Do not move. The father's voice was cracking now, trying to project authority, but failing miserably. The sounds of heavy breathing, ragged and desperate, filled the air. I could almost feel their fear, tasted on the evening breath. I drifted further, deeper into the fog. It was a strange, unsettling experience. I could see the faint outlines of trees through the mist, but they seemed to shift, to distort, to grow and shrink in impossible ways. The ground underfoot felt uneven, though I could not feel it directly. It was a perception, a sense of disarray. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the air. A sickening thud, followed by a grunt of pain and a muffled curse. Damn it. I think I twisted my ankle, the father cried out. Tommy, are you there? Say something. Silence. A terrifying, absolute silence, broken only by the father's ragged breathing. Tommy. Tommy. His voice rose to a scream, raw with terror, and then a faint choke sob. Dad, something's here. I hear it. My blood ran cold, or would have if I had any. Something's here. The words resonated with my own terrifying experiences in this forest. It was not just the fog or the trees. There was an active malevolence. I pushed through the fog, trying to pinpoint the source of the voices. I could hear the father struggling, dragging himself through the undergrowth. His movements were clumsy, panicked. The child's sobs were closer now, just ahead. "Tommy, where are you?" "What do you hear?" the father pleaded, his voice hoarse. "Whispers." "Dad," the child whimpered. And it is cold. So cold. The whispers. I knew the whispers. The ones that had promised release in the pine grove. The ones that had spoken of the hollow man. I broke through a particularly thick patch of fog, and for a fleeting moment, the mist thinned. What I saw made the spectral hairs on my neck stand on end. There was a small clearing, shrouded in a sickly, greenish glow that seemed to emanate from the very air. In the center, a huge, gnarled oak tree stood, its branches like skeletal arms reaching toward the sky, its trunk scarred and ancient. And at its base, I saw them. Not physically, not really, but I saw their forms. Two translucent, shimmering figures, like heat haze against the backdrop of the fog. One was larger, slumped against the tree, his face a mask of terror and agony. The other, smaller, was huddled at his feet, trembling. They were the father and son, or rather, their spectral imprints, their echoes. They were there, yet they were not. They were trapped in a loop, reliving their final, terrifying moments. "Tommy, come here. Stay close." The father's ghostly voice cried out, his form attempting to reach for the child, but his translucent hand passed right through him. The child, Tommy, continued to sob, his spectral form swaying as if buffeted by an unseen wind. "It is touching me. Dad, I feel it." And then I saw it, or felt it. A presence, not a physical being, but a profound, chilling emptiness that emanated from the gnarled oak tree. It was like a black hole of consciousness, drawing everything toward it. It was the source of the cold, the source of the whispers, and the source of the terrifying, sucking dread. The whispers intensified, coming from all directions now, swirling around the spectral figures of the father and son. They were not distinct words, just a cacophony of sibilant sounds, like dry leaves skittering across stone. But I understood their intent. They were promises of oblivion, of peace, of an end to the fear. The father's spectral head snapped up, his translucent eyes. "No, get away from us. Leave us alone." His voice was a desperate, unheard plea. The tree pulsed with that sickly green light, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Then the most chilling thing happened. The father's spectral form began to shimmer, to distort. It was as if he was being stretched, pulled apart at the seams. His desperate cries became elongated, inhuman wails. "Dad!" Tommy's spectral scream was a high-pitched shriek of pure agony. His own form began to distort, to elongate, to twist into impossible shapes, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. I watched helpless as their forms stretched thin, and then, with a final silent, horrific snap, they were gone. Absorbed, drawn into the very fabric of the ancient tree, or perhaps into whatever void it represented. The clearing was silent once more, save for the gentle hum of the evening breath and the rustling of leaves that now sounded like a sigh of satisfaction. The sickly green light faded, and the fog closed in again, making the ancient oak appear even more menacing in its indistinct form. My terror was absolute. This was not just an echo of past events. This was the process. This was how they vanished. This was how the forest claimed its victims. It did not just kill them, it trapped them, tormented them, and then consumed their very essence, leaving behind only the lingering scent of despair and a scattering of forgotten gear. And the whispers. They were not just promising peace. They were the voices of the consumed, beckoning new victims, drawing them into the same fate. I felt a new wave of something akin to spiritual nausea. The hollow man, his symbol in the pine grove, the screaming trees that spoke my children's names. It was all connected. This vast, malevolent forest was his domain, his hunting ground. and the evening breath was his instrument, a tool for seduction and capture. I tried to flee, to put distance between myself and that terrifying clearing, but it was like running through treacle. The fog, the evening breath, was no longer gentle. It pressed in on me, thick and cloying, attempting to slow my escape. Its whispers were louder now, more direct. You are tired, it murmured. You are alone. Let us take the pain. Let us bring you peace. Your children, they are waiting, just beyond the veil. Join them. Join us. The words were honeyed venom, and they twisted the knife of my grief. Liam, Maya, were they truly waiting? Or was this another insidious lie, another trap to draw me into the same eternal torment as the lost hunters? As I struggled against the encroaching fog, desperate to break free, I heard new voices, faint at first, then growing stronger, coming from all directions. Not the desperate cries of the newly lost, but the endless, mournful pleas of those already claimed. Help us, please. I am so cold. Where did the sun go? My family. Tell them I love them. He took us. He took us all. They were the voices of the lost hunters. A chorus of agony echoing through the evening breath, their individual torments woven into the very fabric of the forest. And among them, subtle, almost imperceptible, I heard a new, familiar sound. A faint, strained moan, like wind whistling through ancient pine needles. The screaming pines were not far. Their suffering was just another thread in this vast tapestry of horror. I pushed harder, fueled by a renewed primal fear. I was not just fleeing the immediate threat of the oak tree and its hungry void. I was fleeing the entire forest, the entire living, breathing, malevolent entity that Oakhaven was built around. I finally broke free of the densest part of the fog, stumbling, or rather, drifting into a slightly clearer patch of woods. The evening breath was still there, but less suffocating. The whispers of the lost hunters still followed me, a constant, low thrum in my spectral ears, but they were receding, becoming less immediate. I did not stop. I could not. The image of the father and son, their translucent forms stretching and twisting before being absorbed, was burned into my non-existent retina. Their final, silent screams were etched into my very essence. This forest was not just a place of death, it was a place of eternal capture, a prison for souls, and the hollow man I knew was its warden. He took Liam and Maya. He took the hunters. He took everything. And I was still in his domain, still fleeing, still haunted. The knowledge of the lost hunters, their endless suffering cries, was just another layer of horror added to my burden. Another reason to never, ever give in to the terrifying peace of the evening breath. Because peace in this place was just another word for consumption. Another word for being lost forever. And I refused to be lost. Not until I found my children. Not until I understood. And perhaps not until I could make it pay. Thank you for joining us again in the darkness. If you want to hear more real encounters and haunting stories, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. And if you have a memory that still sends shivers down your spine, share it with us in the comments.